All right, folks. Welcome to the Boulder finals for the youth and the junior categories. As I said, we're back, and we just saw the young youth competitors come out. We've got our first competitors getting ready to get into the Boulder finals being set. They've had a chance to have a bit of a look at running on the routes. And we'll see if we can get up close and see all the action. Just getting ready for the climbers to come out. They'll be having their first few come out, folks. They'll be coming out in sequence tonight, and we will be having Youth B male and Youth B female come out in sequence tonight. We have in our Youth B male competitors, Coatsy Rhino from WA, Marco McLean. Sorry, other way around. Rhino Coates from WA, Marco McLean, Tasmania, Brandon Picton from WA, Jimmy Schmerk from Victoria, Joshua Jarrett from Queensland, and Archie Either from New South Wales. Good mix of states there, folks, in the Youth B male. In Youth B female, we have Mackenzie Hansen from New South Wales, Adako Nakamura from Queensland, Summer Fraser from New South Wales, Maya Statsik. Sorry, there's a bit of a typo there. From Victoria, Teo Muraswaya, and Victoria from Victoria, and Jasmine Arnold Clark from the NZ. Got some competitors from New Zealand as well. Youth A male will be followed. Finlay Evans from Victoria, Harper Mygos from Victoria, Max Thomas from Queensland, Dylan Sion from New South Wales, another Dylan Parks from New South Wales, William Frost Foster from New South Wales in the top 3 spots there. And from the Youth A female, we have May Saya from WA, Rebecca Hunsell from New Zealand, Clea Hall from Queensland, Neve Doherty from South Australia, Eliza Andres from ACT, and Lucy Sinclair from NZ. And we have the junior male and junior female, folks. The last competitors of the night, Joshua Menel from New South Wales, AJ Goldsmith from Queensland, Marlo Gilly Edox from Queensland, Aidan Yenev from WA, Hugo Hornshaw from New South Wales, Maxim Pear from WA. In the junior female, we have Ella Easton from New South Wales, Ashley Brooks from Queensland, Claire Cheffings from Victoria, Mia Weeder from New South Wales, Theodora Casimodu from South Australia, and Kate Mendel from Queensland. So welcome all of you guys to the live stream. Great to see a few of you guys here with us right now up tonight. And hopefully you're all having a nice time at home, wherever you are, whatever you're up to, enjoying your dinner, maybe having a drink or two, cup of tea, whatever is going on for you at home. I hope you're enjoying yourself. We're having a absolutely rip-roar of a time here in New South Wales at the event. The event here, which is the Boulder Finals for Youth and Junior. While we're waiting, we've got all the competitors out the back getting ready to organise themselves to get ready for the Boulder Finals. We might have a little look at a few of the behind the scenes from the qualifiers earlier today, from the Boulder qualifiers. can hear in the background, folks, we're seeing, or well, we're hearing anyway, all of the previous finalists in the lead finals. The presentation, unfortunately, we couldn't stay online for that one, but can hear it in the background. I might go grab the results and read them out in a minute for you guys at home. Give us a shout out in the chat where you're dialing in from. Hey Tina, Krabby Tina, this is awesome. Thank you. Thanks for the shout out. Appreciate it. Jason Witten here with you, live streaming the Boulder finals, youth and junior finals here this evening. Should be a good bit of activity for the next couple of hours. We've probably got about 2 hours worth of live stream Boulder problems from some of the best young climbing athletes in Australia at this moment in time, and I'm sure many of them are got their eyes set on a little bit of Olympic glory maybe in the future, or some outdoor projects, whatever it might be. Hey, thanks for dialing in, Claire, all the way from Perth. A few of the competitors up in this next round of competition. We've got a couple of Western Australians. Got Rhino, got May. We've got Aiden. Great to see everyone online giving some support to the competitors. We'll probably be kicking off in maybe, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. Just getting ready. The competitors have gone back into isolation. Everyone's ready for the Boulder finals. Big weekend here, massive weekend. We kicked off the day with 340 plus competitors across all of the events from many states and also other countries from New Zealand. Fantastic to have you guys in with us also. Might chuck to another little video while we're chilling out here, see what the team have been doing behind the scenes over the day, and we'll come straight back to you. There you go, some good work done by the team behind the scenes, some great videos there, and a bunch of keen beans ready for the finals. Like I said before, a lot of athletes here over the weekend, which is fantastic. Thanks for those joining in at home. Jason Witten's my name, coming to you live from the Boulder and lead and speed finals for the Australian Championships, folks. Everyone's in town. Sounds like there's been a little bit of interesting counting in the lead finals, so they've had to recount some things. So They're representing. We're just waiting for that to finish, and we'll be getting on with the Boulder finals. So great to have all of you guys and girls, ladies and gents, joining us from home. Make sure you click the subscribe button if you're on YouTube, or the like button on Facebook. Follow along. Hey, Penny, thanks for dialing in all the way from Melbourne. How is it down your way, Penny? It's a little bit chilly here in Sydney. I'm down from Queensland. The team, the live streaming team, the production team, been down here for a couple of days setting up. Fantastic. Fantastic to have such a fantastic venue here in Villawood. And all the competitors coming together. Great to see a lot of the young competitors helping each other out today. What a great sport climbing is. I've been climbing for over 25 years, and some fantastic competitors helping each other out. Just checking in on what's going on. Won't be long now, folks. I think they're all up there having a bit of a look. Now, the competitors are out. And this is what is called a preview. They've got time to preview the boulders. Some rules around this. You can touch the bottom holes, the bottom two holes. You can touch them. You can't touch any others other than the start holes. In the preview time, you can put your maneuvers or moves to memory if you can. Think about what you might do on each of the boulder problems before you get a chance to have a go at them. What's happening here? They're getting 5 minutes. I think it's 4 or 5 minutes to preview each of the boulders in sequence. And what will happen pretty soon after that, they will have a 4 or 5 minute clock. I'm not quite sure what clock they're running exactly today. I'll go and find that one out in a minute for you. But they'll be running a 4 or 5 minute timer. We'll be having the timer also up on the screen here for the Boulder finals as well. So we'll be able to see the progress. Not only do you need to make it from bottom to top, folks, in the bouldering, you've got a clock ticking down on you as well. So sometimes that does have a little bit of a psychological challenge or an issue for you as the boulderer, but it's all part of the sport and all part of the climb. The spectators are getting into it. Great to see. So there you go. We looks like we've got the Youth B male and the Youth B female out right now, folks. Having a bit of a look at what's going on. Bouldering, a little bit different to the lead climbing, as you would think. Lead climbing, going to make it from top to bottom. Same for bouldering, but as you progress in the lead climbing, each hold is worth a score, a point. Each time you progress past that hold, you get a plus or an actual score for that one. And then you got to make it all the way to the top. Bouldering, fairly similar. You've got to start at the bottom, move to the top, you would think. But if you can see right there, folks, on the wall, you can see right there those pieces of green tape. That means they are the starting positions. Now, you can see usually 9 times out of 10 there will be 4 pieces of green tape at the bottom saying this is where you start the boulder problem. You must have all 4 appendages on in the right sequence. You can see 3 and 1 there, so you've got to have 3 on that hold over there and 1 on that one down the bottom. That is what's called an official start. You must start in a controlled position and then away you go. That's how you start the Boulder problem. It doesn't matter what sequence you have those appendages in. It can be feet, it can be hands, it can be 2 feet, 1 hand, it can be 2 hands, 1 feet. It doesn't matter, but you must start it in that way. Then you progress up the Boulder problem halfway through, and it's not always halfway through, but along the way, you will enter or find a zone. And you can see up there, just a moment ago, maybe the camera team can just quickly turn around and focus on the zone part for me. But if you have a look at the wall, you will see a piece of red tape, and it will say zone. And that zone means, there you go, up on the left. One of the competitors is pointing at that there right now. And the zone, or just to the right of it, there it is, there's the zone. That means you get a point, a progression to the zone, and then from a zone, if they go to the one above it, which is the top, you can see it just up there, that is perfect, and you make it to the top. There are 2 places you can get a score when it comes to bouldering. One is a zone and the other is a top. Make it to those with the number of attempts, the number of times you attempt to get to the top. It's a bit complicated, but if you're listening in at home, folks, the good part about it is the team here will be keeping you abreast of the scores as they go along. I think we can get them live off of the Sports Climbing Queensland website if it's still working. Last time it was working fine, so there you go. There you go. Shout out from Krabby Tina. Best of luck for my granddaughter, Chloe, who's competing from SA tomorrow. Shout out to you, Chloe. Her first time in the Nationals. That is awesome. Go SA. Big shout out to the SA crew. Kelly, Jeremy Evans, Serene Towbridge, Dave Wade, Helen Towbridge, Adam Towbridge. Finlay will be coming up. There you go. Good to see everyone's getting behind the competitors. You are watching the Boulder Finals Youth A and Junior. So we have the Youth B male and female, and the Youth A male and female, and the Junior male Boulder Finals. Tomorrow, folks, tomorrow will be the C and D Boulder Finals, as well as tomorrow we will have the lead A and Junior, I believe, and the B. So plenty of action-packed climbing, bouldering and speed climbing for the weekend. Now, it looks like the climbers have finished their first part of observation and previewing the climb, the boulders. Now they must go back to, isolation, and they come out in sequence, in reverse sequence. They come out in reverse sequence for the competition. All right, looks like here we go. We're going to be having our first competitors out for the Boulder Finals. And Youth B, male and female. We'll see who's coming out first. Here we go. It's counting down, and we're off, and we're away. All right. Where's our first competitors? On the wall, we have... We've got Hansen, and we have, we've got Rhino, and we've got Mackenzie. Our first 2 competitors on the bouldering. Making quick work of that one is Mackenzie. Oh no, Rhino. Nice. Top for top. Well done. He'd be pretty happy with that. That's the way to start your campaign. A top and a flash. Now the first time, if you make it to the top, folks, on your first attempt, that's what's called a flash attempt. Now that's the golden ticket right there. If you can do that on all 4 of these boulder problems, then you'll be pretty hard to beat. You'll probably be on the podium at a very minimum. But there you go. So, but we've got Mackenzie here, Mackenzie Hansen from New South Wales, and there you go. Well, she was attempting to get to the zone right there, folks. You can see that was the move in the middle there. Those 2 holds. Well, there's 4 up there actually. Oh, that was the top. No, that was the top. I'm mistaken. She was going for that last hold at the top. Bit of a shorter climb, a bit more powerful, so she must start in that corner with a few of those. Maybe it isn't the top. I can't see. But we shall see as Mackenzie makes her way up the boulder problem again. You see how she needed to touch her foot out there on that other volume. Oh yeah, the top is up to the left. So this is the zone, folks. And then up to the left there, you can see the top there. So just giving that a little bit of thought now. You can see these are much shorter. There's a big mat there, folks. If you do come off the boulder problem, oh yeah, there you go. That's what she's going for, the zone hold. And the setters have put some what they call blocker holds on that one. So there's some holds there blocking her progress, which, you know, sometimes it's a bit of a, you know, a cheeky thing to do, but that's what the setters do. That's why they're here setting these boulder problems for these competitors. Oh, that was a little bit more spring on that one. She's trying to sort of dead point that, which means like a dead point if you launch for the hold and you catch the hold. Not going up, not coming down, but in that moment before gravity takes over, that's what it is. So good to see you guys online. Boulder finals here for the youth, A, B and junior, male and female. We'll see how Mackenzie goes. So she's got 1 minute 37, so she's still got a bit of time to go. And plenty can happen in 1 minute 37. You can see this the competitors could top one of these boulder problems fairly quickly. It could probably be done in, you know, anywhere between sort of 20 to 30 seconds often. And looks like our clock had a little bit of a moment there. We'll see. Hopefully we can get it back. But we've got Mackenzie on her 5th or 6th attempt here. So what happens, folks? Her attempts will be counted. So that'll be attempt number 7. So she'll have 7 attempts. Hasn't got a zone, not a top. And those attempts do count towards your final score in the against you or with you, depending on where you are in the lineup. The lower the number of attempts to the zone and the lower the number of attempts to the top, the better your score, the better the chances you have of getting on the podium. And that's what the competition's about, seeing if you can be within the top 3. Mackenzie's, you know, choosing smartly to leave it be. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination. There are 4 more boulder problems to go. The route setters have set 4 problems. There will be 6 climbers out from each of the categories. And as we go, each of these boulder problems will progress down the wall. And at some point, we might even have 8 boulders going at once. But here we go. We have now Atako. And again, she's from Queensland, one of my local gyms. And we've got Marco out on the wall. And they are giving their first flash attempt, their flash go. Oh, and Ataka, that was pretty close. Now this is a bit of a dynamic move here. The route setters have chosen to put a bit of a dynamic boulder problem in for the females right off the start line, and we've got Marco McLean from Tasmania, one of the Tasmanian competitors, having his, I think this is his first flash attempt at this boulder problem. Well, let's see how he goes. Nice and strong, big strong undercling from him, and he's looking pretty good. Ataka's got that dyno, so she looks in good position, and we'll see if Marco gets the top. Oh, now he won't be awarded that, folks. He didn't control the top hold, and unfortunately, that's a bit of a heartbreak of him there. But Atako making good progress here, and now this is a bit of a strange one on some pretty average footholds. Bit of a slab and a push into the corner. Let's see how she makes this finish move work. Not much to hang on to there, but if she gets that opposition, well done. And Atako gets the top. Marco back to the drawing board. Well, he knows what to do, but there we go. We got Atako with her dyno, and Marco just trying to make that happen. But let's see if he can get it this time around. He's been out there once before, so let's see if he keeps his same beta. Beta is, you know, a term used in climbing for the moves, the things that you do. Feet here, hands there, do it this way. Let's see if he makes this a little bit different this time, and how he gets this one done. So just trying to work it out. This is the move for him that he needs to solve. And there we go. Now he calls, yes. You just got to control that one. Only for a moment. Look for the judge. The judge gives you the nod. Great to see a top. That was his second attempt, so he will be 2 attempts to top, 1 attempt to zone. Got the zone on the first go, got the top on the second go, and that's a good start. That's a great start for anybody's competition. I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with that start as he goes along. But we've still got a fair few boulders to come. And it's a bit of a strategy. It's nice to get them done fast. Nice to get them done fast because you can then have a little bit of a rest. The less energy you use as you are going along, the fresher you are for each of those climbs there. We've got one of our young competitors here. Looks like that might be is that Rhino. What happens, folks, is as you progress along, no, that was Marco. You stay out on the mat, you sit with your back to the wall, and it's 5 minutes on and then 5 minutes off when it comes to the boulder problem. Some of the volunteers here brushing those holds. It's always nice to have clean holds, or at least cleanish holds. You don't want them being too dusty or dirty or slippery. It can gather plenty of dust and chalk along the way, so great to see a few volunteers helping out the climbers. You can see the clock counting down, and then the rotation will happen. 5 minutes. Now we'll have 4 boulderers, climbers on the wall, and we'll see. It'll start to get a little bit hectic here. Oh no, that's competitor number 32, which is Brandon. So Brandon is starting out his competition, and Summer Fraser out for the Youth B female. So we've got Brandon and Summer on the wall. Also, we have Marco, Rhino, we've got Atako and Mackenzie off to our right. You can see a few of those climbers already out and about. So Rhino just trying to work out the start of this one here. Could be a bit long for him. And I think he had it right the first time. It's the toe hook over there. A bit of a run in, a bit of a toe hook. Could be some dual tops here. Brandon, again, finding this last move a little bit tricky. Just trying to change things up a little bit here. He wants to sort of go over with his left hand, see if he can get that done. Just going to see what he can do. And, oh, he'll shake that out. And we've got a top. Looks like a top. I better not say it too soon, but they're a top for Summer Fraser. Well done. She's very happy with that. That's a flash attempt. Yeah, and I think that's the right way, Rhino, to give it a row. Now, who we got in the background there on the roof, in the black Boulder problem? We've got Mackenzie, seeing if she can make some progress on that one. So there's different styles. Usually in the Boulder competitions, there'll be something a bit vertical or slabby, not so overhung. There'll be something maybe a bit powerful. Looks like this one that Rhino is on is maybe quite a powerful Boulder problem. Mackenzie is in the roof right now, so she's looking to see if she can work out the sequence on that one. Now I think Rhino's maybe getting his version of this one. If he can make that work. He's still got a bit of time. A long way up there for him. And we've got Brandon into this move where it stopped him last time. Just trying to see, what will he do this time? Where will he make? Maybe he can make that work. Not to be right now. Mackenzie in the roof here, just trying to make those toe hooks work. Looks like that one's a powerful one in through the roof. Plenty of different dimensions to bouldering and climbing. And it's great to see these different disciplines and different sports, being enjoyed by many climbers. Bit of a boom in the bouldering world at the moment, with bouldering gyms being pretty popular. New bouldering gyms popping up all over the place, and young, very strong climbers and boulderers training. Often, as you can see here, we've got Mackenzie coming through the roof, just with those toe hooks, trying to keep herself in to that roof part of the boulder problem, and trying to control the swing as she comes around on that lip. Always a bit difficult. You got to engage the core strength. Maybe a few planks and sit-ups. I'm talking to myself about that one, but doesn't look like young Rhino's going to make too much progress on this one. But Mackenzie getting set up again. She's going to maybe try something a little different here. Ah, perfect. And she's kept the tension in the roof. And maybe if she gets a bit of a knee bar in there, maybe, I don't know, she might, oh, great. Almost got to the zone, Mackenzie. Working it out. You can see the progress as people, boulders and climbers, find their way through those boulder problems. A bit of a sequence, unlock things. It's quite awesome to see some progress, a bit of progress on each of the problems each time. Now Mackenzie's worked out this first sequence now, a bit more tension on her body on the way through. If she cuts loose, then that's when that doesn't work. So she's going to give that one a rest here, and young Rhino just trying to make it work, Yeah. A little bit of frustration there for him. Looks like he's a very young, strong competitor, but time's up, and they have to move off. And Rhino and Brandon didn't get a top over on that one. The top move stopped him a little, and we're cycling through again, and we've got Jimmy from Victoria, Jimmy Smirk, and we've got Maya Stasic from Victoria. So new boulderers out on the wall. We've got a Taco here moving through the roof. Now, Just watch as she might keep that tension up there. Keep your foot on. Try and not cut loose if you can help it. She doesn't need to bother. She's quite strong. So we'll see how she goes with this next move. Big heel look in the roof. Where will she go? Maybe feet first. Wow. Very flexible, very strong. We've got Maya from Victoria. Now that, she's making good progress there. Just resetting her sequence for this last move. And Atako looking fantastic for a top here as well. All right, double tops, dual tops. That was fantastic. Good work from the Kemmer team. And we've got Jimmy here on his Boulder problem around the corner. Didn't make the top. That's how you do the start, folks. Unfortunately, Rhino probably just couldn't reach that one. But we've got Marco here. It's Marco. Got the dual tops from these two. You couldn't have scripted that any better. Perfect timing. Now, some of the competitors sit on the mat and they put their backs to the mat or backs to the boulder problem. They're not meant to look and get any glimpse of how to do it. We've got Marco here. With that swing and a toe hook, that keeps the tension in. This is one of those boulder problems which I would call like a power problem. And there's lots of big moves and tension in swinging feet, trying to keep all that together. Just for the moment, Marco's just sort of slowing down. He's got plenty of time. You only need about 30-40 seconds to do a boulder problem, so I think he's got still plenty in the tank, that's for sure. A few deep breaths before he sets off. He's just got to make that move. He's made sure he made the start right, like a few of you guys probably heard before. A bit of a cut loose. Bouldering has some specific rules at the bottom of the boulder problem, folks. You will see 4 pieces of tape. That denotes the start, or designates the start. You can see them there. You must put your hands and feet on those pieces of tape. Doesn't matter what sequence of hands and feet you put on there, but if there's 4 pieces of tape, well, you've got to have 4, well, 2 feet and 2 hands on there. So that's how it works. But the clock's ticking down now, and I think Marco needs to give this, probably looks like this will be his last try from here, 1 or 2, depending on how far he makes it. Give it all he's got. He's got the first couple of moves sort of worked out, but this next move and the cut loose, really he's got to sort of cut loose and stab his foot over at the same time. It's a bit of a coordination move, but it doesn't look like he's got enough in the tank to make that one happen. He's just deciding whether he sits it out or he gives it another burn, and he's like, yep, no, I'll give it another shot. Good on you, Marco. Giving up plenty of gas. One more shot. Now, why is he doing that? He's trying to maybe get to the zone. If he gets to the zone, then he can get a score. But no, he didn't get that. Now the rotation, the next set of climbers and boulderers will be out. And our newer boulderers to take the field, Teo and Joshua. Joshua Jarrett, Teo Muraswaya. And down here we've got young Rhino. Now, a little bit of a slip there. We've got Mackenzie. Here we go. Here's the 2 new boulderers. Oh, fantastic. Now, this looks like it might be the flash attempt here from Teo. Making pretty quick work of this. Probably don't want to rush this last part, though, because, oh, wow, flexibility. And I spoke too soon. She's like, I'm going to rush it. I'll get it done fast, and I'll save my energy. And another top here. We've got, that happened quickly as well. That was young Joshua Jarrett from Queensland. Well done, Joshua. Looks like they might have been flash attempts or close to, maybe one or two in. We didn't get to see the first couple, but here we go. Boom. Nice. Good work in the replay with the team. Now, a few of these more overhung sections, giving a few of the climbers a little bit of grief. But we've got young Rhino making that work. Oh, wow, that's the slab move. A bit of a slab. It looks like there's a couple of slabs in here. It looks like there could be a 5-problem set, actually, folks. I said 4 before, but it might be 5 and 5. So 5 minutes on, 5 minutes off, and 5 boulder problems for the competitors. So they've done a lot of climbing today. You know, it's 6 o'clock here at night, and they've been here since 7:30 this morning. Registrations and hanging around, so you can start to see a few of them maybe getting a little bit of tired kicking in. But oh, there you go. Looks like Brandon was working it out. Those first couple of moves looked a little bit more in the bag for him. But we have got Summer Fraser here, making good progress. But this looked like the hard move, getting your way up onto the head wall. That's what's called the head wall, going through that roof, making your way up to the head wall, and a big press, a big press. But some feet and heels always help. And I don't want to kibosh it, but she's looking pretty good so far. But it is a fairly big move, this next move, up to the next hold, and just trying to work out what that sequence looks like. Summer just hanging out there. She doesn't want to work. She doesn't want to sort of, you know, expel too much energy. Sometimes if you battle it out on the wall, you sort of, you don't know whether you should give it all you got. Oh, big save there by Summer. Come on, Summer, you can do it. She's doing well. Ah, yes, and a bit of a heel. Get that heel and a bit of a press. She really is showing some good endurance here, but maybe, you know, fighting it out, flaring it out. Wow, there we go. Oh, she gave everything she could then. Well done, well done. Still got a few climbers on the wall, and back to young Rhino. He's making progress across there. I saw that he'd made a couple of them, and kind of, wow, okay. What is that? There's no feet there, folks. Nothing to hold on to. Nothing to stand on. Well, we shall see as some of the climbers progress through, if some of that gets done. Young Rhino from Western Australia came out with a blast and got a top pretty well immediately on the first boulder problem. Looked like he would be in contention, but some of these other boulder problems have slowed him down a little bit, but he is still having a good crack at it, that's for sure. But the clock's ticking down, and he can't make progress, but he did make progress on that one, and it looks like he would have got a zone on that boulder problem as well. Bit of a shout out to everyone online, folks. Great to have you here with us, live streaming the Junior and Youth Australian Nationals. Sports Climbing Australia bringing you this event, the Boulder Finals right now you are watching. Thanks for joining us live. Jason Witten here with you, live streaming from Sydney, the Australian championships, youth and junior national championships. Fantastic to be here. Thanks for having us, Sydney. And okay, well, there you go, working out that boulder in that way, the crux of that one, and we'll see there's a top right there. I think that was Archie. He'd be happy with that. Looks like that was a flash, I reckon, unless he had a fall earlier, but see how we go. Who we got here? Looks like that's Maya out now on this powerful one. We had Atako had a top a little while ago. She seems to be making pretty easy progress at this one. Across there pretty quickly. Just finding the sequence on this one a little bit harder. But we've got Jimmy in the background there, making good progress on the yellow. And that boulder had stopped a lot of other climbers, but he seems to be enjoying that one. But I think I spoke too soon for both of those guys. Maybe I kiboshed them. But here we go with the Atako on the white. And that one looks, again, quite powerful, maybe a bit crimpy, smaller holds on quite a steep part of the wall. Doesn't look like she's got to the zone yet, folks, so maybe not scored in on that one, but she's done well. She got a top on the first two top, and they were both flash attempts. What does that mean? If you're listening at home and you go, how does this all work? Well, just a quick refresher. Apologies for those who've heard it before, but bouldering, you start at the bottom, go to the top. That makes sense, obviously. At the bottom, there's some pieces of tape. You can see them right there. 2 hands, 2 feet have got to start somewhere. You can see 3 pieces of tape over there. Well, you've got to put maybe 2 feet in a hand. Oh. And then that big black hole there with the red piece of tape under the roof there, that's what's called a zone. And if you make it to the zone, you can see one on the right-hand side where Atako is going to have an attempt on the white boulder problem. With a red piece of tape, that's a zone hold. That means you've made it kind of halfway or part way through the boulder problem. You get a point, a score. You get designated that you've made it to zone. And now she's made it to zone. She should be awarded that zone. She sort of controlled the zone and moved off it. We'll see what the judges say. But Maya there just finding that. She moved pretty quickly and confidently to that hold in the over. Just on the lip of the overhang, and really this part of the boulder problems has got a stump. She's a bit pumped now, trying to work out the sequence. But we've got Jimmy in the background. Again, looks like Jimmy might enjoy these more powerful boulder problems. And moving into a very, oh, what a save. And it looks like Maya has worked out the sequence, which is awesome. Yes! Big smile from her. She's happy with that. Well, there you go. She didn't give up. 3 or 4 attempts at that. Made good progress. And then worked it out. Smart climbing. Smart climbing, strong climbing. Bit of hard in climbing there. We've got Atako here. Just trying to make past her high point. I'm pretty sure she would have got the zone, like I said before, but looks like she's just going to sit this one out now. She's saving some energy. And so some of the boulder problems are, you know, sometimes you've got to use a bit of nous about what you're going to get up to and conserve some energy maybe. So we shall see what happens. So once the clock finishes, we will rotate. Climbers on the wall will go and sit down, and the climbers on the mat will stand up and have a crack at their next boulder problem. They've got 5 minutes, folks. 5 minutes. This is the format for the 5 minutes on, 5 minutes off format. There's a different format for the Sports Climbing International Sports Climbing Federation, which is 4 boulder problems at 4 minutes with 6 competitors. This one's a rotational 5 minutes on, 5 minutes off. 5 boulder problems apiece, male and female, 5 minutes each. And we've got, I think that was Rhino down there on his last boulder problem of the night for him. We've got Dahl now working out this sequence on the lip. Looks like some of the stronger climbers getting to this sequence or this position fairly quickly, and you have to really think your way through that one as we go. So over to her right there. That could be Joshua, I think. Maybe Joshua. Doing okay. Looks like in that yellow one there's a pretty powerful move in the middle. Only one move from the top though, so he's made decent progress. Looks like he got a zone. And down now. Just working out what this looks like. Here it is. Bit of a roll, bit of a hook or a toe. Roll over up on there. Come on and push into the shoulder. There. Oh! Well, that is very physical, that boulder problem. Taking a fair bit of energy out of some of the competitors. But this one, we go from something powerful right there back down to the slab where our Rhino competitor from WA was on. No, we're back into Joshua here. I think that's Joshua. Yep, it is Joshua. Yep. And he moved across that move fairly casually. So the next one up, folks, is the zone. Makes it to the zone. Looks like there's a big move here. Give him a bit of a drop knee. Okay, let's see what he's got. Yeah, couldn't make that move work, that next move. But it's good, he's made it to the zone. And we've got, oh no. Often falling is pretty low key when it comes to boulder problems, but looks like Rhino might have skidded down the wall there and caught one of the holds on the way down. But we're back here with Tao, and back to a high point pretty quickly. Well, not to a high point yet, but back to the lip of the boulder problem, and this is where it all starts, really. And she's going another way here. Oh, okay. Let's see if she can continue to press. Ah, yes, there you go. Well, there you go. It can be done a couple of different ways, folks. And you know, different beta, different body types, different styles of climbing. You can break the beta on boulder problems. Sometimes the setters want you to do a certain way, and someone does it another way. So it looks like there was 2 ways to do that top sequence over there, which was fantastic. We've still got a minute or two. Boom, there's the top. Fantastic. I think there's 2 tops as well for Tao, so a great start for her competition. She had a few attempts at that one, so you'll sort of see in the scores at the end that she'll get marked on that. The preference is to do them with less attempts. That's how it works. And we've got Joshua here. He's made it to the zone on that one. So you know, if he didn't have enough in the tank, he'd probably just give it a rest, you'd think, and conserve his energy. We've got Brandon trying to make progress on those 2 slabs down there in the corner, and looks like they're pretty tricky. Got to get high on your feet and push those heels down, but Summer here trying to make progress, wanting to get to the zone is what she wants to do, but just not being able to do it before the buzzer. The buzzer beat Summer and her zoned attempt in that one. So now we've got it cycling in. The 5 minutes starts again. Sometimes it feels a bit relentless, that's for sure, when you're on the mats and bouldering away. Sometimes that can be a little bit tough when it comes to your turn. But we've got these competitors had 5 minutes now, and they're up and going to give it everything they got. And we've got Archie. Oh, not Archie anymore. We've got a Atako down on, I think, her 4th boulder problem of the night, and making good progress again. Looks like she might be in for, I better not say it, but she is a top. Well done, Atako. Good job. So 3 tops for her in a zone. That is looking great, I would say, for her and her podium potentials. So we've got Jasmine there, just from the NZ team. And Marco, male 4. Trying to work out this little sequence here. Looks like it's a bit tricky on the slab. Shaking out now. These ones can look simple enough at home, but sometimes those holds are so tiny, folks. If you have a little look at just down here what he's going to put his foot on, or he's going to try to put his foot on, that thing is the size of a 20-cent coin. Maybe people don't use 20 cents anymore. 50 cents, $1. Not too big. And it's really got to sort of push down and generate through the heels and the toe. Not only does the bouldering and climbing work out your arms and upper body, but your lower body too will need to be reasonably fit in one way, shape or form, especially your feet. And not making great progress. That small foothold causing him some grief. Archie here made the zone already. Oh, that was a dynamic move. And you see a fair bit of that activity these days in the climbing gyms with some of the younger climbers. They like a bit of dynamic maneuvers. That's what would be called a dyno, or a dynamic move, coordination move, double Gaston. Some technical terms there. Hopefully, hopefully they're not too off-putting. But Archie giving it the best he could. We've got Marco not really making progress on this slab climb, the number 4, male 4. And we'll see a few other of the competitors come through sometime soon, I'm sure. Now Jasmine, bit stuck on this one. She finished in first place in the qualifiers, so that would bode well for her ability here. But you know, sometimes there's just a boulder problem that might not suit you, or you just don't crack the code on the night, and that's what competitions are all about, being able to perform when you need to, but just needing, both of these competitors just needing a little bit more than they've got right now to make it to the next hold, and maybe to a zone or even a top. But you never know with bouldering, folks. You can get a bit of a rush of adrenaline, and before you know it, the crowd's cheering you because you've made a top. You can do it in 20 or 30 seconds, so both of them have still got time if they move fast. But it's a bit difficult to move fast on that one for Marco, I'm sure. These ones are a bit more precise, and Jasmine saying, nope, not tonight. Same with Marco, not tonight. And that certainly that foot was giving him some grief. So it's all about the foot strength there, making sure that that works. Bit of a high five from his coach. Or maybe a spectator, who knows, maybe mum, maybe a friend. But now we're rotating in and out. The other climbers sit down. All right, little bit of an audio break there while the boulder has come out. So we've got Summer Fraser here on female 4 or female 3, and we've got Brandon Picton about to start up on this slab. It was given Marco a little bit of grief before, and maybe it's going to give Brandon some too. But it looks like Summer is making pretty good progress. Oh, wow, okay. This is impressive. We have Teo making a top on the white boulder problem. That's 3 for her. And, well, you don't want to speak out loud too soon, but that makes all right, back with you. And we've got young Brandon not making much progress, just like Marco before on men's 4. Bit of a slabby boulder problem. Often these types of boulder problems, you need to train a little bit for certain styles. I certainly have a preference for something a little less overhung, but some of the stronger climbers like powerful boulder problems, but this one, a bit more finesse, a bit more balance, a bit more finesse, a bit more footwork. This is what needs to happen potentially here. But we'll see how Brandon gets on. Sometimes you can stand at the bottom of boulder problem like, how do you make this work? And your body just needs to have a few attempts at it just to get a bit of a feel for it and see if you can get your sort of hips or feet or arms or shoulders or whatever it is in position to make it work. He needs to make this start work first. Those points of contact on the tape. Maybe he's working something out here. You never know. A little bit more challenging. Sometimes a bit tough on the confidence as well. If you can't even get off the ground on a boulder problem, sometimes that can mess with your competition. But there you go. I think he's worked out that bottom sequence now, which is great. A bit of a backhand there, and you can sort of see just the slightest change in the way he started that boulder problem, holding it with a backhand rather than the forward hand. Just helped ever so slightly keep him on the wall. But again, now he's got a couple more moves. Wants to try and get the zone at the very least. Yeah, he's thinking, okay, I'll palm down on that. That's that makes sense.
It's actually not high enough. Not top, I'm sure. I'll try, go check, yeah. Maybe try that, yeah. All right? Yeah, I think it's mostly that one, I think, yeah. Yeah, that's better, yeah.
All right. Couple of little tweaks here at the competition, folks. Always exciting times when you have competitors out and about. We've got now Jasmine trying that powerful white female number 3. I think we've got Jimmy over here on this slabby problem. male number 4, I think it is. Be good to see someone make some progress on that one. We haven't seen a top on that one just yet. And Maya seeing what she can do with these blue volumes, wrangling across these blue volumes on quite small holes again. These slab or vertical walls here always, or will usually end up with smaller holes, but she made pretty good progress there and looks like a top. Well done. May be happy with that. Jimmy finding some of the same problems that are the few of the other competitors have found. Not making great progress on that slab, but we'll see how he progresses. Sometimes, like we saw before, you find a little backhand and it makes all the difference. Jasmine here from the NZ team, trying to make sense of the white boulder problem as well. We had Teo top that one a moment ago. So she's set the pace here for the Youth B female competitors. And she's the one to watch. 2 more boulder problems to go though, so it can all come down to the last boulder problem in your competition. Jasmine going for the zone there, but she wouldn't have got that as a score. That zone wouldn't have been awarded her because she didn't control it. It's not good enough just to touch it. Unlike in lead climbing, if you go towards the next hold, even move towards it and or touch it, you get donated or a score. In bouldering, you must control that. You must control that hold to be not only control it but move on it for a zone. Control it on the top with 2 hands, and away you go. All right, well, let's see how Jimmy does or doesn't make progress here. We've still got a couple of competitors out yet to come on these problems. Joshua, Archie, still to come. On men's 4. And I believe there's one more, both male and female boulder problems to go. Down in the right-hand corner there, in the red corner. But what we're watching now is Jimmy Schmerk from Victoria. See if he can make some progress on number 4. And got the start dialed. Just needs, I think he'll be awarded the zone there. That's fantastic. Well, you would think he would get the zone on that one. He touched it. He moved off of it. He's asking the judge there. I think the judge was going to give him that one. The white boulder problem is the one to beat in the female final. Let's have a little look at a video between the competitors. All right, we're back at it. We've got Joshua Jarrett here from Queensland. Seeing what he can do on a bit of a showstopper this end of town. Not a lot of action down here. It feels like, I'm sure, if you're up there on the mats having a go at this one, you'd be, it might be a tad frustrating, but Joshua making sure he brushes all of those holes right now. That's sensible. That makes sense, doesn't it? Really, at the end of the day, if you can make sure all of the holes are clean, especially on a slab, one of these sloping, slabby type of climbs, boulder problems, you're going to be better off, certainly. When it comes to conditions, the temperature plays a bit of a part too, folks, at home. If you're climbing in colder temperatures, sometimes it's better. If it's hot, maybe do a bit of sweating, a bit of extra dirt and sliminess. But we've got, here we go, Teo. That is now 4 tops for her. Well in the lead, well in the lead. And I would say right now, just in my quick mathematics, might not be able to be beaten by any of the other competitors right now. But we shall see. If she doesn't top the next problem, and Atako does, maybe that puts her in contention, or not, the other way around. But it's been a pretty good competition. No, it looks like it's actually not 5 problems, but it's 4. Sorry, folks. I thought it was a 5 boulder problem series up there. It was 5 for the qualifiers today. My bad. 4 boulder problems. So I would say right now, other than some appeals, Teo would be the winner on the bouldering. Youth B female, but don't take my word for it. Hang around, you will find out who the winners are a bit later on. So don't go anywhere, folks. Great to see all of you guys on with us on YouTube and Facebook. Fantastic to have you here. Thanks for supporting the competition. Big shout out to you guys. Atako, Mercedes, giving you a bit of a shout out. Mercedes Goldsmith from Brisbane, awesome job. Keisha Gale, bit of a shout out to Archie. But we're watching right now Joshua Jarrett from Queensland, trying to make a bit of progress on this final boulder problem for him, the final one of the night, which has been a bit of a non-event for most of the boulderers here tonight. But you never know. With these boulder problems, sometimes you can just uncrack one little maneuver, one little body position, one little foot or hand or hip or leg position, and that allows you to just unlock the sequence, just unlock what's going on. So we'll see if that happens for Joshua on this slabby boulder problem right now. Got the bottom dialed a little bit. He's just got to sort of step through. Oh. 1 more minute to go. Sometimes it can be so frustrating. Just standing there on the mat going, what do I need to do? What is it? What is it? But he's done well. His competition, he can be happy with his performance. Right now, he's still got 1 good attempt, or maybe even 2 left in the tank, I would expect. So let's see if he can make some progress. Even to get a zone would help in his competition right now. That is for sure. But we shall see. We shall see what happens for him. 15 seconds to go. You would probably think enough time to get to a zone, but maybe not to a top. Let's see if he can make progress. No, not to be. Oh, yes. Well, I spoke way too soon, folks. I reckon he would have got the zone on that one before the time and the clock ticked over. We're now on our final boulder problem from Jasmine and Archie. The final 2 boulderers here tonight, folks, for the Youth B female and the Youth B male. Jasmine, I'm sure she would have liked to make some more progress on the previous boulder problems. Looking pretty good on that one, though. Let's see if Archie can make any sense of this boulder problem. Looking reasonably comfortable and confident right here at this point in time, but you just never know with these sorts of things. And a flash to zone, which is good news for Archie. If I was a predictor, if I was known for predictions, I would probably give Archie a pretty high percentage of making this one work. Maybe a top on this one, but who knows? We haven't seen the next move from anybody in the competition yet. Archie looked like he got to maybe the highest point at this point in time. So still got a few minutes to go. 3 minutes on the clock. That will make life reasonably easy. I wouldn't say easy. Easy is probably not the wrong way wrong word to say. Making his way over there. And he's got to sort of transfer that body weight. Oh! You saw that big scorpion leg there. That's a famous move by Janja Garnbrak. And got a fan at home. Archie. Keisha Gale. Giving you a shout out. We've got Jasmine here. Jasmine Arnold-Clark from New Zealand. Trying to make the right moves, the right choices here. She's made it to this section up here a few times. Just maybe needing a little something different for this last move. It's certainly doable. We've seen a few of the competitors top it. And I don't want to kibosh her here, but she looks like she might be making her way to that. Now Archie. Oh, back on Archie. He looks like he's got, yes. We got Jasmine at the top and we got Archie. We got double Archies. Come on, Archie. Archie trying to get a foot in place, something to make it work, and he makes it work, yes. Not quite a buzzer beater, but it is the last climber out on the last boulder problem, and the only one to make progress. That'll be good news for Archie's competition, that is for sure. So that's it, folks. We have the Youth B male and female done and dusted. We'll take a short break, a few minute break, and then we'll be rolling straight into the Youth A female. And we've got a couple of the setters are going to join me on the live stream. We're going to have a bit of a talk about it. So I'll be back in a minute, folks. The team will put on a bit of background music and maybe play a video or two. Don't go away. We've still got the Youth A male, Youth A female, and the Junior male and Junior female to go. Plenty of packed action here to come yet, folks. So see you soon. All right, folks, welcome back. Well, you haven't left, I have. Welcome myself back to the live stream for some of those who are staying on to watch the Youth A male and Youth A female. Fantastic, great to have you here. We do have after this the junior male and junior female as well, folks. So probably another couple of hours worth of live stream Boulder action here at the Australian Nationals, Youth Nationals, down in Sydney. And I'm joined by one of the setters, Alistair, who originates out of Queensland, Urban Climb. Alistair, welcome to the live stream, mate.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome to have you here. Hey, listen, you and I were just chatting a moment ago about you guys, how long it takes to get the routes up and out. You guys have been here since Tuesday, setting this all together.
Yeah, started Tuesday morning. So we have sort of 3 days of setting, 3 days of bump in. So it's lots of setting routes, testing, setting, testing, climbing again. You go through some skin.
I bet. And it's a big team, though. You were telling me there's 10
yeah, so there's
setters.
10 setters total. So there's 5 on the lead team, 5 on the Boulder team.
Yep.
So a head setter for each team that kind of coordinates everything, organises everything. Will on our Boulder screen there.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, I chatted Will earlier today, and
yeah.
yeah, he's a good guy.
He's a good guy.
Yep. Mate, and how many Boulder problems did you guys set and routes did you set for the competition? It's 3 days.
Yeah, so I think in total we're around 45 or 50.
Yep.
And then a lot of different versions of those. We've been making some tweaks to this finals round, turning things up, making them slightly harder, slightly easier.
Tell us how that works. Folks listening in at home, you know, the route setters have an absolute critical job in all of these bouldering and climbing competitions. And you don't do anything in the speed. It's a fixed route.
That's the dream to set for that one.
Yeah, I'll be on the speed team.
Yeah, I'll take that.
But you know, tell me how this works for you guys. You know, obviously you come into the competitions with a bit of an idea.
Yeah,
you set something, and
generally the head setter puts a bit of time in before the comp starts.
Researching the climbers or
a little
ideas.
Bit, yeah, ideas, mapping out how the wall's going to climb, what styles they want where, how you want to test the climber, with the goal being of getting the most well-rounded climber, essentially.
Is that, when you guys have a look at it, is that like, all right, hey, we always got to have something on a slab, and we have something with maybe a coordination move and whatever, like this is the idea?
Yeah, pretty much. I think it's just like one of the... It's good to avoid. You don't want to, like, you know, find the best coordinated climber or the best slab climber.
Yeah.
You want to find the person who can do all of them really well. So if you just have a round of jumps, you get the person that can jump really well but hasn't been on a slab in a year, or, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, generally the head setter maps that out, make sure it all fits. It's actually a bit of a challenge sometimes.
I bet. Especially if you're, you know, between different locations and different climbing gyms. You know, you're obviously from Queensland. You've probably set in many different locations and spaces. You know, that must be part of the challenge, I suppose, too.
Yeah, 100%. And it's interesting, actually. Generally, we set the finals on the first day because everyone's skin's fresh, and the idea is like...
That's a great idea.
Yeah, you've got the most ideas, but sometimes the boulders on the first day aren't the best because you just don't have the ideas for the wall. You know, if you've never set there, you spend half your time like picking slightly the wrong holds and like looking for things, and then day 2 you come in and everyone's more comfortable and the team's more comfortable.
And do you
like I'd never set with
the rest of the guys?
Yeah, 3 of the people on this team hadn't set with, so
they're coming up with ideas and you know, running it as well. And you know, how do you? I mean, would it be more difficult for setting for the juniors than it is the seniors? Like, you know, the size of the kids can be like tiny and then tall, and you know, how do you guys get around that? You know, tell us a bit about that.
Generally we try to get around it. I think in the youth Bs we just saw Rhino from WA.
Yes.
Unfortunately, hasn't had a
growth spurt
waiting on that growth spurt yet. Saying that, he climbed very well.
He climbed amazingly. The yellow one we're looking at right now, he just couldn't get that swing in toe hook.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe, an oversight on our part, probably. But, yeah, hopefully he sticks with it because he's climbing very well.
He came out in that first one, flashed it, boom, and done. It was like,
100%.
Yeah, he's here to compete.
And the third one, the slab to the right of our screen, he made that look very good.
Yeah. And, you know, for you guys, you know, do you divide and conquer in the setting? Like, you stay in one team, or do you mix it up a little?
So we're in the bouldering team. So
Yep.
there's 5 of us. We generally divide the start of each day. We will run out everything that's being set in the day, what it needs to achieve. Like this is the junior males like power boulder. We want it to achieve this. We want it to be hard to the zone or easy to the zone, hard to the top.
Yep.
Try and have everything up by lunch, generally, maybe a little bit after lunch. And then it's just testing and tweaking. And so for that, we've been dividing into, you normally divide into like 2 teams, and then you get a bit of crossover.
Yeah, nice.
Just to lock things in, confirm things.
And what about you? Got any aspirations for maybe setting at the Olympics or anything like that? Is this a career for you, or is it part of going somewhere else?
Yeah, route setting's definitely a career. So I set full-time now, or as full-time as, I don't know, this thing is kind of like...
As full-time as you can be?
It's manageable, yeah.
Yep. And do you climb also? You continue to climb outside as well as inside?
Yeah, that's one of the tricks, I think, around managing the setting is keeping up your own climbing, keeping inspired.
Yeah.
So yeah, haven't been climbing as much recently, but getting back into it.
All right, well, we've got our first 2 climbers out and about, and that happened pretty quickly on us. But hey, listen, we've got May and Finlay, and Finlay Evans from Victoria, May Saar from WA. Do you know either of these climbers?
I don't know. To be honest with you, the 2 or 3 years of COVID and all that sort of thing
has slowed things down.
Yeah,
well,
we were all looking at start lists. And
Finlay made that look easy.
Yeah, he might be a name to know.
yeah. Well, that's a top there, straight up and down, folks, for Finlay. And that was a flash attempt, so that's the best way to score when it comes to the boulder problem.
Good way to start the round, yeah. So he's off to the best start he could.
And May here looks like she's from the WA team and maybe finding it a little bit more difficult than she'd like on the start here. We saw a few tops on this one from the Youth B females.
Yeah.
Nice little dynamic move. Talk us through these 2 here. What was the sort of idea?
The idea for the one on the left, the female boulder, was not necessarily the hardest boulder, but very risky. So you can have a lot of attempts, and then the attempt where you do stick it, maybe it feels even easier than the others, you know? So that was the goal for that. And then
still not over until the top either. There's a few moves over there that just look a bit dicey too.
Yeah, that was sort of one of the other thoughts. Like, I think in these older categories, you can test how good mentally they are as competitors. So you do quite a fast move, you know, you do this dynamic move, you're jumping, and all of a sudden you have to really slow everything down.
Slow it down.
Which is just a bit more interesting than testing who can pull the hardest, you know?
Yep.
And then the male boulder to the right was meant to be more, I guess, sort of a gentle, like, intro to the round. Because they get a bit, as we saw in the Youth Bs, they get a little bit messed around and towards the end.
Yeah.
Some pretty scary, or, you know, like risky boulders, bit of head games.
More on that, and one of the slabia moves down the right hand end there really was almost like that frustration, hard to get off the ground even.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So for you guys, did you make adjustments to the boulder problems that you set as you saw the climbers come through over the weekend or over today even, you know?
We made some minor adjustments after the qualies round. So we've been having little chats all day, more or less, after each round, like who's done what, how did this category go on this style. Maybe a category wasn't as good on a coordination boulder, or they all came out and pulled way harder than we thought they would.
Yeah.
So tweaking finals based on that. And then it's just a bit of a fingers crossed game.
well, so far so good for all of you guys, and the route setting's been great. We saw some great tops, and there was some good division over there in the lead, as well as looks like in the bouldering as well, and so far so good for you guys. So are you going to be changing these up as we get into the junior male and female, or is it all the same sets?
There's some minor tweaks we have in mind, but it's really based on how this category goes. We made a couple of small tweaks after the Youth B round based on how they looked. We had tweaks planned already, and we adjusted the adjustments.
Yes.
Close.
And that's a sort of a risky move, and part of the idea is to sort of see if you can get some attempts up and put a bit of a division in the field straight up and down.
Yeah. And then if you can recover from that, you've had your 12 attempts and then you stick it, like, it's a lot of tests.
And the top that counts anyway at the end of the day,
It's the top that counts.
if you can get that top in there and, you know, the zone along the way. Now, at all of our competitions where I think it's only recent in the last couple of years we're all doing the IFC rules.
Yeah.
And, you know, obviously, folks, if you're at home, you can see pieces of green tape at the bottom there. Welcome back or welcome new if you are back here to watch the live stream for the Youth A and the Youth Male, Youth A, Youth Female A. Long day.
Big day.
Yeah, big day. And
big weekend coming up.
yeah, it's only just getting started, folks. We've got 2 more days of live streaming and it'll be awesome. But you must start with those pieces of green tape on the bottom, right?
Yeah, so the four strips of green tape, they denote a limb. So obviously you've got 2 arms, 2 legs.
All right, back to it. We've got some new climbers on here. So, pieces of green tape.
We'll get back into it, yeah.
Yes.
So you got 2 arms, 2 legs. So you must start the boulder with 1 of each of those limbs touching the holds that are denoted by those pieces of green tape. So for example, the white boulder on the right, 2 and 2, you need to start with 2 limbs on the bottom hold, 2 on the top. That can be a foot and a hand. That can be 2 feet, 2 hands on each.
Doesn't matter each way.
Doesn't matter.
Yep.
Once you've controlled all of those, then you can move off the boulder. So you can do whatever you want with those marked holds. You can climb around on them for your whole 4 minutes if you want to. Only once you've controlled them, you can grab something else.
Yep.
And then the first goal of the climber is to climb to that red strip of green tape, or that red strip of tape.
The zone.
That's the zone.
Yep.
So that's sort of our halfway mark. Generally, it gives just another way of splitting the climbers. So normally when we're setting, we try to sort of have not two individual problems, but you're trying to test 2 things. So the black boulder, for example, you have to do the jump. That's the first test. You get the zone. And then you have to do the pressing slow corner.
Yep. And that, you know, that kind of helps with, you know, splitting the field and getting some, you know, differences in the field, which is great. So,
yeah, exactly.
Yep, yep. And often people might call that a crux or whatever it is. You know, is that how you guys approach it, or it's more like splitting the problem?
Yeah, no, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, there's almost 2 cruxes usually.
Yep.
And sometimes if the first one's particularly risky, you'll make the second crux a bit easier, because chances are, you know, you might have a climber who only gets 1 attempt at that second crux by the time they stick the first one.
First go, best go sometimes?
First
or
go, always, yeah. That's the goal.
Yeah, indeed.
First go, best go.
Well, it's great to see we've got Finlay here making, not Finlay, sorry.
It's Harper?
Harper, making a bit more progress. And he's
And
made
getting
it.
it.
Yes, good job. Nice top. And you can see, you know, he was struggling right at the start there. And like you just said, like, you know, something clicked, he got it going, and then all the way to the top in one go. So that's great for his campaign. Good way to kick it off.
Definitely.
A few attempts under the belt though, but you know, a top is what counts. Ooh, and that was pretty close too.
It's Rebecca Hunsell. Sorry if I said that wrong, from New Zealand.
Yeah, right. And they need to print these out a little bit bigger for me.
Oh.
I can't go from the television to down there without wearing my glasses. Anyway, no one needs to hear about my complaints about my eyesight.
Good to see a lot of Kiwi competitors actually.
Yeah. Do you know how many made the trip?
Not, but there seem to be quite a few around.
Quite a lot, which is fantastic. I did hear that at the start of today there was 340 or 350 competitors.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which was fabulous.
That's huge.
I think Mercedes was saying from Sports Climbing Australia that it was probably one of the biggest registrations they'd had in the competition, which is fantastic. Great to see.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, and we had just recently our first international climbing gold.
Yeah.
Paralympics. I think that was it Rebecca? No, Sarah. Her name is Sarah. Win a gold at the Salt Lake City.
Yeah, it's huge. That's incredible. Big congratulations to her. I cannot imagine the work that goes into getting that done.
Massive, huh? And we've had a few Australian competitors head over to, you know, some of the international competitions. Do you know much about those guys?
Relatively well, yeah. So I know Ben Abel's over there getting ready for some comps.
Yep.
Done a lot of travelling and competing with Ben. Oceana McKenzie, obviously. I think everyone
Yeah.
Probably remembers from the Olympics last year.
Yeah, she's the infamous one or the famous one at the
Exactly.
moment. Yeah.
Lucy Sterling from Brisbane.
Yeah,
Yep.
we live streamed up at Flow, and Lucy took out the Boulder, the bouldering comp out there.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yep.
So she's heading over next week, I believe. Yeah.
Well, it's great to see some of the Aussies competing and stepping up and doing those sorts of things.
Yeah, good to see it all getting back to normal as well. It's great.
Nice to get that travel going. And what about you? You got some eyes on the 2032 Olympics?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. We'll see. I don't know. I think competing's done for me.
Route setting, maybe.
Maybe. We'll see what happens.
It's a long time between now and then, 10 years. But for some of these competitors, these young ones this weekend, you can see some extremely strong young climbers.
Yeah, I mean, what? So 16. So it's probably potentially competitors not here this weekend that could be at the Olympics.
Yeah, that's pretty mind-blowing.
Crazy to think.
Makes me feel old, I tell you.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see. It's good to see so many of the young competitors in the mix.
Yeah.
A lot of climbing gyms, a lot of bouldering gyms popping up.
Yeah, they're coming up everywhere. And
The
I
last sort of 5 or 10 years, it's been awesome.
Yeah, and I think we can see it through the climbers, like how much better they're getting, how much better they're all getting at different styles. You know, what they're learning at their own gyms. I think you used to see a lot more separation around like this state or this gym's quite good at steep climbing or they're very good at jumping. And now there's climbers coming from everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah.
Yeah.
And would you think, you know, bouldering's got a little bit more to do with that, as you know, it's a bit more accessible than climbing per se?
Yeah, I guess so. I think so. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I suppose it's a lot. It's probably just harder to be motivated as a lead climber. You know, you're in a bouldering gym, some big facility.
A little bit more effort. Well, we've got a couple of Queenslanders here on the wall right now. Looks like that might be Max.
Yeah,
Is
Max
that
Thomas and Clear Hall.
Max and Clear. From your neck of the woods. Are they from your local, or you know them well from Queensland? Looks like Max
they're
is
from
going to get close to a top here. Fingers crossed.
very strong boy.
Made that look pretty easy.
Yeah.
And that wasn't an easy move at the top. Saw that stop a fair few of our competitors. And we've got May up there on that one in the roof there. That black boulder problem. It certainly laid it down after the maybe the less strenuous start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was really a bit of a shock.
Straight into the roof. Yeah. But climbing very well. This yellow, anyone that was watching the Youth B round probably noticed this start hold now is significantly bigger and significantly worse. So this is one of the adjustments we made for the Youth A category.
Yes, now you mention it. So a lot more body tension required to sort of pull into that start move.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. A lot less forgiving. You have to do that move a lot better. So it's kind of we wanted to test it a little bit with the Youth Bs, but be a bit forgiving. You know, like a lot of them have never done a final like this before.
Yeah. And that one seemed like it was a very burly, powerful problem.
Yeah.
Shoulders, Gaston, you
Yep.
know, you name it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot involved in this.
Engaged there. It certainly tested a few of them, that is for sure. A little sort of a kick out on that one.
Finlay, I believe.
Looks
Yeah.
like we've got Finlay, yep. He's having a crack at number two. And we've got May out here on number 2 as well.
From WA. Another huge WA contingent coming out as well. For anyone
Fantastic
watching
to
at
see.
home.
Yeah, we had a few of the Western Australians give us a shout out in the Facebook feed. But looks like we've got Kayla giving Queensland a bit of a rev there, so that's good. Go Queenslanders.
Apparently 15 Kiwis, Janet's told us. So
Oh, that's fantastic, Janet.
made the trip over the pond.
That's great to see. Yeah, it's good to see a little bit of the international tinge or contingent in the mix, but it's fantastic to have the borders open, or at least anyway in local terms, and getting back to some competitions and some travel for all of the climbers, and many of them like the idea of heading around to all the competitions as well, so it's great to have the New Zealand crew here.
May looking not stressed at all, actually, looking very calm.
You need keep a lot more tension through that roof, keep
Yeah.
your feet on. Wait, it looks like it's the death knoll. If your feet cut off, you have to really bear down to hang on to that one.
Yeah, you don't get too many second chances on it. That's for sure. Definitely a pretty classic. Can you climb in a roof sort of game? You know.
Use your feet.
Exactly.
Use your feet, Luke. Well, we'll see what she can make of this one, you know, the competitors can't feel the too much of the crazy vibe just yet, but I'm sure it winds up as we get all of the climbers out and we start to see a bit more progression.
Yeah, everyone starts getting a bit more stressed. We start seeing some numbers come up. Clear calling it a day for that one.
Sometimes you just might have to, right? I mean, some of the competitions about, you know, making sure you preserve a bit of energy maybe for the next boulder problem or whatever it might look like.
Yeah, and particularly on, you know, if you're on Boulder 1 and you don't feel that you're getting anywhere, there's no point burning skin, burning energy.
Yep.
And it's a very mature decision to make, you know, to step back with 2 minutes to go and say I'm not having another go.
Yeah, you know you've done, and especially maybe if you've made a zone or something like that, you've made some progress, and you know,
exactly.
You take that and save the energy for the next one. But who we got now? I think we have. What do we got? One.
Rebecca on Boulder 2, I believe. Is that right? Yep. And Dylan Soyne joining us on Boulder 1, and Neve Doherty from South Australia. So just off to our left, we can see Dylan.
Yeah, perfect. Yep, Dylan's in there. That was Max before. Clear, and we've got Neve, and the South Australians have got. We've got a competitor in the finals, which is great to see.
Yeah, and Rebecca making a very easy work of the roof.
That was a flash there, folks. I think that was her first crack at it. So good job, Rebecca.
And Dylan also, I believe, I got a bit distracted by Rebecca, but I think on his first attempt. And regardless, making it look very easy.
Pretty easy. And a bit of a shout out for him there. So that's great. Good to see a few of those tops coming reasonably easy for a couple of those competitors. Might be something to keep an eye out for when it comes to Rebecca. But this little start is still a little bit spicy too. You have to sort of swing your feet from one side to the other. It's not an easy gimme, the starts.
No, you definitely doesn't walk you through the start, that's for sure. But all of the climbers making it look very good. And it wears on you, that's for sure. You know, it's not too bad the first time, and then 4 minutes in, when you're trying it again, it feels a lot harder. And
to go up to those two holes, or one of those holes with one hand, is, you know, be a big ass. That's why you got to try and hit it with two. And you guys put a bit of a blocker there as a bit of a accuracy maneuver for that.
Yeah, just to add another little element, I guess, to the jump. Find out who can do the jump the best, not necessarily who can hold on to the holes the hardest.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense for testing different skills for different climbers, and the yellow ones that you know, the bit of a foot kick on the way through, just to try and stop that swing when you're sort of cut loose.
Yeah, it's a very interesting move actually. We'll get a look at it probably a bit later on in the round. But there's a lot involved in what your hips are doing, you know, your whole trajectory, your momentum.
Trying to find out where your foot's going, your hips going, your knees going.
Yeah, exactly.
Where the rest of your body's going.
Yeah.
And Neve's just trying to make her way on this one, and maybe just taking a little break and thinking about it. You know, the clock is always an interesting thing. You know, if anyone's sitting at home and thinking, oh, yeah, what, 5 minutes, that's plenty of time?
Yeah.
Well, it's not as long as you'd really...
Yeah. Yeah, you turn around and there's 2 to go.
Yeah, you're like, oh, that's gone fast. And,
yeah.
But you can often, you know, you see boulder problems done in, you know, 20, 30 seconds if you've got the sequence down pat or you know the moves.
Oh, 100%.
So, you know, sometimes climbers, if they feel confident, they'll rest a bit longer and give 1 or 2, you know, final attempts just before the buzzer maybe.
Yeah, and you know, like your 12th attempt is probably never going to be the best one. So if you can get it fairly dialed in, have a bit of a break, and then have a really good 3rd or 4th go, then why not?
Then you can get the manoeuvres down pat. But it doesn't look like Neve is making the progress that she'd like to at this point in time.
Yeah, just giving it a brush, keeping everything nice and clean.
Still a minute to go, and it makes a big difference. Brushing You know,
huge.
getting the, you know, the chalk and the dirt and a bit of the sweat off.
Yeah.
We've got, who is that? Finlay, I think. Is it Finlay? No.
Harper potentially. Yeah, I think Harper.
206, yeah, there you go. Couple of the lower moves stopping these two from progressing along. The other climbers are down on the mat, so they've either given it a rest or made tops along the way. Halfway through, I think, now in the cycle, we've had...
Oh, we're flying.
we've got 4 of our climbers out. And so the sequence in this is 4 boulder problems in a final.
Yep.
And you guys are doing the 5 on, 5 off
so
cycle.
A bit similar to what you'd see in a World Cup semi-final or something like that.
Yep.
So, yeah, each climber, 5 minutes on the wall, 5 minutes resting, and they'll just go one end to the other.
A bit of a sequence. It's pretty good. It's a bit action-packed. Bouldering like this, you get a few of the climbers out. It's not a bad viewing sport as well.
Yeah, it's good to watch. Definitely good to watch. Always something happening.
All right, here we go. Who we got? We've got our
Dylan.
next. We've got Dylan. You said you know Dylan?
Dylan Parks. Don't know him as well as Dylan Soin, but...
You got Dylan Parks, the other Dylan. And we've got Elsie, is it?
Alyssa.
Alyssa
Andres.
From the ACT. It's great. We've got representation in the finals from all of the states, other than the Northern Territory. Where are you, Northern Territory? NT, we'll see. And some from the NZ. And let's see if these guys can make sense of their first goes of these 2 boulder problems.
Oh, close for Liz.
Almost even static, that one.
Yeah.
Nice and strong. That is one way you could do it. And you guys sort of set these things, and sometimes people do them completely differently, right?
Oh, 100%. And I think it's one of those things I personally used to get, you know, pretty frustrated about it. You know, you've got an idea and then someone comes out and does something completely different. Oh, I mean, like that.
Like that. Just like that.
But at the end of the day, we're looking for the best climber, right? And if someone can come out and find the best way to do it for them, then fair play.
And that was quite good. I hadn't seen anyone do that sequence at the finish with Dylan.
Yeah.
And the boulderers here in all of the competition folks come out in reverse order. In the qualifiers, they finish in 1 to 6, but then they come out in, you know, 6 to 1.
Yeah. The idea being, you know, as you're watching the final, people progress more and more, so you get a bit of an exciting show. Rather than seeing someone come out, do the boulder, and then not seeing anyone do it.
Yes, indeed. Now, young Finlay down here on one of these slabbier boulder problems, the yellow, and
oh, this one's tricky.
Yeah,
it's tricky.
Now, what do they put their feet on? Nothing. Nothing's there.
Yeah. Yeah. So they need to get over the top of these grey triangles, these grey volumes, stand up, and then there's a moment where they're completely no hands free, and they tip from one side into the corner. And stop themselves with their palm.
Catching a bit shouldery, but a bit bouncy at the same time.
Yeah, very bouncy.
Yep.
And a lot of trust, you know.
In your feet, you know, the volumes, they're very popular these days. Like folks at home, if you're looking, all of the blue boxes, or they're not boxes, but they're all different shapes and sizes and angles. They're called volumes, and they're pretty well, you know, an absolute essential for the setter's arsenal these days.
100%. Yeah, they just let us, you know, change the wall angles. They're more or less, I would say, what's let us do these newer moves, these crazy coordination things and kicks, because you can just build out the wall so much easier. We talk about it. It's called depth. So, you know, adding depth to the wall, taking it away, just lets you do all these kicks and these jumping 1, 2, 3 moves and that sort of thing.
They do look impressive.
Yeah,
that
100%.
is for sure, and a fair bit of fun to climb on as well when you're in the gym or
there's nothing better.
having a crack with your friends. Yeah, they're lots of fun to do. But
Clear making the roof look very good, getting the zone.
And some of them, you know, some of them struggle, and some make it look like it was just a walk in the park.
Yeah,
that's just the way it is. Some days you're on. Looks like
Liz has stuck the first move, stuck the first Crocs on the black. And then, as we were saying, it's not over. You know,
There's a bit of a press into this corner, and you've got to trust those feet because there's nothing over there other than, you know, those slabby bits of... once you're up in here, you get that foot up nice and high, and then you should be home and hose. Well done. Elijah will be happy with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Top is always a great way to start your campaign, start your competition out. That is for sure. I think, who else we got in the roof there? Is that clear?
Clear, yeah, clear in the roof. Finlay first on the slab. So that must mean May on F3, the white boulder.
Now this one was a little bit tricky. There was only one top on that one in the Youth B, and I think that was from Teo.
Yeah.
She romped it in. She topped all 4 boulders.
And Mayer, I believe, topped that as well.
The white?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I think she didn't.
Oh, maybe she didn't.
I think she topped 3. I think there was one that she didn't top, or maybe I didn't see it. That's the issue with multiple cameras.
Plenty going on, for sure.
No, that's great, but looks like that one was a bit of a stopper there.
Yeah, tricky boulder. A lot more, I guess, old school, you might say. You know, steep, tensiony climbing. There's nothing showy, nothing particularly like complex or risky about it.
Bit smaller holes, bit crimpier.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably something I'd like. The rest, I'm not bad on slabs and crimpier stuff. Growing up in Sydney for my climbing life.
Yeah, right. Oh, not the worst place to start climbing, that's for sure.
Oh, it was fantastic, that is for sure. Oh, now the judge is coming in saying, hey, listen, you've got to make a start in a certain way.
Yeah, so I would say what's happened there. Who have we got out? Lucy Sinclair. So our last climber's out on the wall.
All on right now. So Lucy and William. We've got William to the right there and making the top. Yeah, thumbs up from the judge.
Good for that one. But yeah, I would say Lucy has probably just touched the wrong volume, so the judge has called her off. It'll count as an attempt, but hopefully won't cost her too much.
And that's, you know, you've got to make sure you manage your psychology in that sort of way. You know, if you're thinking, all right, well, this is good, I'm off to a start, and then the judge calls you down, you're like, okay, get yourself back in it.
Yeah, exactly. Move past it. There's nothing, you know, you're not getting the attempt back, so.
Here's what it is.
Dylan getting very close to the yellow jump.
Yeah, it has looked like there was a couple of extra holes in there, wasn't there? There was a big yellow to start with and another hold, so spiced that one up just ever so slightly, and it's looking like it's working.
Harper on the slab. Oh. It's just crazy, I think, the things we're seeing. Like, these climbers are 16 and 17, you know, and they're doing things that were not imaginable, you know, 10 years ago.
And
this was me sort of, you know, 8 years ago, and we were not doing these sorts of boulders.
Yeah.
The level has just gone through the roof.
Now, you know, there's you know, the Ninja Warrior, you've got parkour, you've got bouldering.
Yeah.
You know, those activities, you know, you get a lot of people sort of crossing over, even CrossFit.
Yeah.
You know, into these activities as well. At my local bouldering gym down on the Gold Coast at Core, you know, we've got a lot of CrossFitters and come in, and a few people who train for Ninja Warrior as well. So what's he got to try and do there? He's got to get his feet over a little bit further, isn't he? Like, he's a bit too far away to fall in. Oh, looks like Lucy's got herself through that jump and just got this last press to go.
Oh, and who's our other New Zealand competitor? Rebecca made it through the crux on the white.
One move to go. Looks like it's a decent hold at the top there. So
it is a decent hold, yeah.
So
it's nice and friendly to
she's happy with that.
Finish the boulder off.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we might be in for another top here, but it's not over till it's done.
And there it is. Lovely.
Well
but
done,
yeah, the trick to that slab, I think from what we saw, it didn't look like we were standing quite deep enough on the volumes. So you want to stand as far away from the wall as you can. It's terrifying. It's not the... Oh, close. It's the scary thing to do, but it makes it easier.
Makes it come together.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll see if we can make progress this time.
Yeah. Little slip, that's all right.
So this is Harper from Victoria.
So we see him there standing on the tip of the volume.
Needs to be further down.
Yeah, it feels like the safe option, you know? You're in close to the wall, but then as your shoulders come out, you know, your body's going to tip away from the wall.
Yes.
And they're coming past your feet, and then you're fighting gravity. You're not going to win. Oh, Dylan is so close. This boulder, if we're being honest, was a bit of a gamble. This is the boulder we thought it'll be amazing if it gets done. Fingers crossed. But yeah, 100% cards on the table. It's a gamble.
Well, Dylan's given it a good nudge.
And he's making it look good. So hopefully we see something good.
Harper back into that. He hasn't changed. He's not changing his beta yet, or his sequence. But come on, Dylan. Yes!
Oh! Huge scream. He's trying. He's trying hard. No one can say he's not giving it a go.
Yeah. Oh, and the judge bringing. I think that was Rebecca, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. Or Neve was that? I think that might have been Neve.
Not the. Now he's a bit far.
Oh, he's done it.
Now a bit of a burst of adrenaline might get him through. You just
8
never
seconds
know.
though. He's moving. He's got to move.
He's got to go hard.
Come on, Dylan.
Come on. Come on.
Oh.
Well, that's well. He's the first one to make it to the zone.
Yeah.
So that could be all he needed, maybe in his competition attempts, to get himself a position on the podium. But we'll see the next one or two goes.
All of our competitors cleaning some things up. So we've got Dylan Parks on the yellow jump now, Clear on the white boulder to the right, and Liz just brushing up the roof.
Let's see how she makes it through here. Now this was the showstopper down here on male 4. I only saw one top, and that was from Archie right at the end.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Well, that's one top I remember anyway.
Oh no, truth be told, I was coming down to get ready to do this. So
there you go, and we've got May making a top on that one.
Good top on the last boulder.
Yep, I think that looked like a flash. That was a flash attempt. First attempt, folks. That's what a flash means for those who might be joining us and don't know. First attempt is your flash attempt. Just a bit of lingo in the climbing world. Hey, shout out from Mercedes for Core. Back at you, Mercedes, the Core crew, representing down here, like many of the other climbing gyms around Australia and the state.
Finlay, you can't even see it on here. There is the smallest jib that he's holding on to.
Oh,
yeah, the tiny little screw one.
Yeah, we saw.
Oh, and Dylan. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, well, that's worth interrupting. He got that, and it looks like he's only a few attempts in on this one too, so he might be a bit fresher.
Can't be many.
Wow,
oh,
okay.
This is cool. Go on,
What
Dylan.
is going on there? Yeah, that is awesome. Oh. See if we get a replay on that. Then we've got
Clear Hall
on
to the right.
So we've had our last attempts on the far left, Boulder 1 for male and female done and dusted. Everyone's had their turns, and as we progress down the wall, folks, people get through.
Oh, slow-mo of that jump. That's beautiful.
Yeah, there you go. That was the manoeuvre, and I don't know if it could be done from the angle he was on, but it made the next move a bit better. How he got the high foot.
Yeah, we didn't try this method, to be honest with you. But again, if you can make it work.
If you can make it work, then
why not?
Yeah, why not? Well, he'll probably rest up now, I would say. Good strategy would be rest up a little bit and then give that a good whirl.
Yeah, Max Thomas on the slab here from Queensland.
And he's standing a little bit further out on those triangles there, and not up so high. It looks like he might be in a little bit better position.
Yeah, very, very good on a slab, Max. Speaking of Climbers Brothers Sports, I believe he was a gymnast for a lot of years, and he came into climbing a couple of years ago. Would
make sense, certainly with this sort of thing here. And Dylan's back.
Oh, come on, Dylan.
To this high point. Let's see what he's got now. There's a
top.
No! Oh, the crowd, the oohs and ahs. That was well. There you go. You guys put it out there. Put a little bit of a tweak on that boulder, and I think it's paying off. A little bit of entertainment for the crowd, which was awesome. And he's still got plenty of time. He's still, and you can do. It looks like he can do this pretty fast. So he'd probably run that clock down to about 30 seconds, 40 seconds.
Yeah, I'd say so. He'll probably
Yep.
give himself time, you know, time to get the jump wrong once potentially.
Yeah.
So if he tries to jump, misses it, he'll have time to do one more, I'd say. But
Give it a whirl.
Yeah.
Well, he's the only one who's made the zone, and let's hope he gets a top. And
Max has done the tip.
that is fantastic. So what do you meant? Just a grab on here, you know,
Yeah, these holds are hilarious.
sausage hand them or something. He's crimping them.
Yeah, they're two tiny little balls. Oh, he's done it.
Fantastic, good job.
I think that could mean a lot. I think that could mean a lot.
Yeah,
based on how we've seen climbers on it so far.
The two yellows. All right, well, let's see. Dylan, he's been at the top. He knows the move.
Here we go.
He knows the hold.
Plenty of time.
Come on, man. Oh, just flaming
Close.
out just a smidgen. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to get the top, but he wants to. He's got 10 seconds. You never know. A little bit of adrenaline now.
Oh, yeah. That's all right. But
All right.
quick zone on that one, which again could be important.
Yeah, be all the difference. Good job.
Oh, so close.
One move away. Well,
Yeah.
there it is. That's the way it is, folks, when it comes to these boulder problems. Close, but not so close. And down here, again, this men's number 4, or male 4, being a bit of a showstopper for most of the competitors.
Yeah, causing a lot of trouble.
Well, it looked like you know, you back into that with a backhand rather than a front hand, and we might see that in a minute. But yeah, it looks like there you go. Either a back foot or a backhand. Make life easier getting into that starting position at the very least.
Yeah, and then a lot about trusting those tiny feet.
And there's a bit of a push down scorpion move almost, like a Yanya Gambrit type of move, but he's tall enough to just reach up. Didn't even have to do that move.
He must be huge.
Well, here we go.
There you go. Fair play to him.
Yeah.
And Harper finding a top.
Good job. Yeah.
And Dylan, I believe, coming to the top of the yellow slab. I don't know if we can get a shot of that or not. Oh.
We got a top.
I just missed it, but yeah. I think
Double tops, Dylan. Looks like he made short work of that. Might have only 1 or 2 attempts in.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. It'd be good to see the scoreboard live, but we can't see the scoreboard live, unfortunately, folks. Maybe next time we'll get that live score from the stream. But
I think if I was taking a stab, we've probably got. Oh no, I'm not going to do that. There's no way I'll come out of that looking good.
who's in contention? Well, we'll just leave that to the judges, I think.
Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, 1 or 2 of those tops would have counted for sure, or a quick zone will make all the difference if they can follow through on a top or a couple of tops on the following boulders. But it's not over till the last boulder.
No, I think we saw that in the Youth B female as well, right down to the end.
Right down to the wire.
Lucy Sinclair, our last competitor in the roof. So we're nearing up the end of this round.
Coming through.
Coming through it.
Yep, coming through. Looks like it's been a long day for these guys and girls.
Yeah,
You know?
and a long weekend coming up if they're doing all 3 disciplines.
Yeah, well, the speed run looks like it'll be fun at the end. I think that's the best place to have it.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Right at the end when everyone's doesn't need too much accuracy, just a quick blast up the wall.
That's it.
The world record got broken again, 5.1 seconds.
Yeah, that's outrageous.
Folks, if you're around on Sunday and looking at the live stream of the speed climb, then you come and have a look at how high those climbs are, or the route is, and then think about climbing that in 5.1 seconds. It is mind-blowing, that is for sure.
Yeah, it blows my mind. Oh, and Will doing the jump as well.
Well, let's see what he can do. He's looks like he might be a bit earlier in attempts as well, so if he can get himself into this move here, then...
oh, so strong.
Oh.
Those there's not much of an edge on those holds. It's
No.
purely just...
all opposite force.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
Just crank hard with those shoulders.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like here maybe this is Lucy. Lucy.
Having a
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
She,
Wondering what she needs to do in the roof there.
Yeah, progressed fairly well through to the edge of the roof, so I think probably just having a bit of breather. Hey.
Get some oxygen back in the lungs. Often it doesn't look like there's much going on, but you can be up there holding at maximum tension on your body, and you're just pressing hard, and you get down from the wall and you're puffing like you've run a 500 metre or an 800 metre race.
Yeah, exactly. And then in this format, you know, if you have that on the first boulder, you've only got 5 minutes and then you're into it again.
Try and recover from that.
Yeah, definitely benefits you if you can, you know, get a quick top in early.
Yeah.
The amount of rest you get is huge, relatively to.
In comparison to the rest of the
Exactly.
climbers as well.
Yeah.
You can hear in the background a few of the route setters resetting for tomorrow.
Yeah, working tirelessly.
Yeah, the scissor lift is in play, but back here in the roof on female number 2, we have our final competitor through the round, but not final yet, which is Lucy Sinclair from New Zealand.
Oh, go on.
That is strong. She had to hold that swing.
Maybe just has time for a zone.
Come on.
Oh, unlucky, but a good effort.
And you can see a few of the competitors missing skin, folks. They've put their bodies on the line.
Yeah, that's it.
Knees, elbows, fingertips, you name it, ankles. You can lose a bit of skin on the wall and on the holds. It's quite abrasive. You don't want to hit it the wrong way. So we've got the changeover now, the rotation. We're on the back stretch now, the last 2 boulder problems to do for the female and male Youth A folks.
Yeah, so Alyssa on the white boulder, nearest to us, the steep boulder. I think Max super far away on that black slab. Dylan Parks on the close of the yellow slab, and Clea Hall in between on the black.
Yeah, nice. Good shot there by the team. All 4 competitors all up at once. You can sort of see as we move from left to right on the mats, folks. That's how the progression of the final round works. 4 boulder problems, 6 competitors, 6 male, 6 female. And
trying to do the most climbing in the least number of attempts, essentially.
that is it, as fast as possible.
Possible.
It's not a race, as in like the speed climbing, but you certainly have a clock ticking away.
Clea, I think this is her flash go. Straight up towards the top, just needs to keep it together.
Foot on. And there you go.
Give her that one.
Nice, happy with that.
Good effort, as she is.
Yeah, it's good to finish your competition with the top.
That's it.
Let's see what Max here can do. Again, a bit more of a taller climber.
He is, yeah. And we see that there.
Yeah. Now, would you call that breaking the beta?
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Like it's a...
Still hard enough.
Yeah, his body size fits it. It's potentially disappointing. It really depends what you know. It's frustrating as a route setter if you see that and then that impacts the result pretty heavily.
Yep.
But you got to wait and see. We saw Dylan, the 2 Dylans, they're 2 of our shorter climbers. I think they're the 2 shortest climbers in this round. Both did the yellow jump and no one else did.
Yes.
Except for Will.
Got to zone.
Exactly.
Yep.
So wins and losses, right? Win some, lose some.
And, you know, that's part of, you know, it's part maybe science and research and tweaking, and then just part art maybe at the end of the day, you know, and maybe a bit of you leave it to the climbing gods on the weekend to just see how you go.
Yeah, yeah. Hope they smile down. So Dylan just having to think about this slab.
And it's you know, it's always challenging sometimes to like change gears from sort of, you know, something a bit more intense or something a bit slabby.
Yeah, 100%, and it's a big thing you're trying to test, right? Like Dylan's come off doing this jump, he's pulled really hard, and now you're expecting him to breathe and slow down and balance and
change it all up in his mind and his body and reset the nervous system. But he's doing
he's
well.
Doing it very well.
Let's say. And he's only a couple more moves away from making a top.
Yeah, and now we're asking him after slowing all that down to pull really, really hard. So there we go.
And makes it look okay. Well, he shook his head at the top there, but he's you know, he should be happy with the top at the very least. And looks like the day is catching up with him.
Yeah,
long
he's looking
long
tired.
and tiring.
Yeah,
I can empathise with him for sure. One more boulder problem to go, Dylan, and you'll be you're on the home stretch. But we've got I think Eliza here.
Yeah, just working out the sequence on the white. I think probably doing what you were saying earlier, trying to have that very good last go, execute it really well.
Let a bit of the blood leave the arms, get the pump out.
Yeah.
See what she can do.
And executing it, she is.
Well, if she hasn't made a zone before, then she made zone then. You've got to make, with the zone, you've got to hit it and move off it, right, for it to count.
Yeah, so I believe the rule, I'm actually quite bad at this technical stuff, but I think you have to use it to progress through the boulder.
Yep.
So whether that's you grab it and you move your foot, you grab it and you pull yourself upwards through the boulder, you can't just tap it essentially.
Can't just touch it, not like in the lead where if you move towards the next over, even you move towards it or touch it, then there's a positive count, isn't there?
Yeah, yep, so you essentially need to be controlling the zone and using it. So I guess the equivalent is like a plus in the lead, you know?
A plus in the lead, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
You have to get a plus on that hold.
Well, we've got
Dylan on the last slab, and Neve.
Dylan and Neve. Their last boulder problems for their competition.
Yeah, and Dylan just laying down a towel. That's just to keep his shoes clean. He doesn't want to have any loose dust on the hold, make him slip.
And it can make all the difference. Just that one little slip, and then the momentum takes over.
Yeah, so just give him a little clean.
And before you know it, you're on the mat again. Now he's approached that very front on, lots of hip, flexion. You know, a few of the other climbers couldn't get that flexible in the start, so it's always interesting to see.
And not a little bit frustrated, I think, with that. But done a lot of competitions, I'm sure he'll put it past him.
Yeah, indeed. We've got Lucy here on the... Oh, Lucy's on the white. Making... making reasonably good process here, but back to Dylan.
Crimping the screw holes in the volume. Cheeky.
Well, you're allowed to do that, right?
You are allowed to do that,
yeah. The screw holes are where the actual screws go into the wall, but not the T-nut holes on the actual volume itself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if it's... basically, if it's how we put the hold onto the wall, so with the screws, you can crimp it. That's our bad, you know? If you can do that, then fair play. The T-nuts in the wall, the T-nuts in the volumes, we can't get rid of them. So, yeah, you're not allowed to use them.
It can make a pretty big difference on some moves sometimes. Just that ever so slight piece of assistance in one way, shape or form can help you move and progress or get that balance or whatever it might be. Sometimes it's fingernails stuff. And all of these guys trying to progress as we're going along.
Oh, Lucy, so that's a good example. Lucy probably won't get the zone for that.
You wouldn't think so. We missed that, but Dylan's at the top. Oh, close to anyway.
There we go. Keep it together.
But it's not over yet. It's certainly not over yet. It's still one move to go. And
there we go.
Yeah, nice work.
So that's his round done. Now just wait and see.
Done and dusted. He's done all right. I think he ended up with 4 tops, didn't he? No, not 4
3,
tops.
I think.
3
Yeah,
tops,
we didn't see anyone on the jump.
Yep. That's right.
Will
doing that high foot, making it a little bit harder for himself, maybe. Yeah.
You can just see as he tips, he moves past the foot and backwards, and then
it just starts to move out just that little bit from the wall, and you can't stop that.
No.
Often.
Oh, Lucy just hitting the blocked bit of that hold. So that's another little nasty route setting.
A bit cruel, but
exactly, yeah.
But it works, and looks like she made the zone at least that time.
Yeah.
Making progress, and you know that's the good thing about the bouldering competitions. You get a chance to sort of progress on a boulder where you know the lead climbing is often on site. You know.
Yeah. You get that one attempt, and then
that's it.
That
so you take your time, and one slip, and oh damn it.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of love coming from Will, Jonathan Perry, Jody. Come on, Will.
Go.
Cheering for him at home.
Yeah, indeed. Well, give us a shout out in the chat, folks. If you're feeling like you want to get involved or give someone a bit of a cheer, we'll give them a shout as we're going along. Great to have all of you guys on Facebook and YouTube right now. Fantastic. We're on the home stretch of the Youth A male and Youth A female right now. This is the Youth Nationals.
Yeah, crazy. Next step, World Youth. That always blows my mind. You know, you're at these events, and then the competitors that do well here, they can go to World Youth. So
this is part of their qualification for World Youth.
Yeah. So
Yep.
I don't know the exact policy, but I believe it's the top 2 competitors in these fields qualify, and then there's a series of sort of special considerations and that
Yep.
sort of thing.
Yep.
But a lot on the line for these competitors. So a very stressful weekend for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, like we said before, some of them might have some eyes on, you know, Olympic prizes or
Yeah.
whatever it might be. But it's great to get on the circuit. What do you think about having a World Cup circuit or a few of the events from the World Cup out in Australia sometime soon?
Oh, it'll be incredible. Yeah, it'll be great. I don't know if there's anything officially announced yet, but I'm sure they've got to be coming this way at some point.
You would think so.
Leading up to the Olympics.
It's getting popular, yeah, absolutely. In the next few years, I think that'll be fantastic. Be good to see. But
Mercedes, who's she cheering? AJ.
go AJ. All right, watching from Queensland.
I think AJ's one of our juniors out in the next round.
AJ Goldsmith.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You would think Goldsmith and Goldsmith would be cheering for each other.
That's
Good
it.
to see. All right. I think this is almost, we've got our last couple of competitors out and about. So we're looking at Dylan
Parks on the right, and Liz on the left.
Eliza Andreas.
Just making sure all those holds are nice and clean, so that first go is the best it can be for them.
Giving themselves the best opportunity.
Yeah.
You can see them all a little bit tired, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so. A little bit tired, a little bit stressed.
A little bit tired, a little bit stressed. Last one, folks. Come on, you can do it.
Fiona shouting out for Lucy,
Go, Lucy, go.
potentially from across in New Zealand. Exciting to have her watching.
Thanks, Fiona.
And Liz, just working out how she wants to hold that.
It's not straightforward. None of the holds are straight up and down. But we've got Dylan here finding his way on boulder number 4, as well as Liz. Doing something quite clever and special there. Get those feet working. Well, he's really using.
He's making it look very good.
Well, this is, I think this is flash attempt for both of these guys. Oh, no.
Liz close, Dylan.
Very cranky about that one. Just losing that. Nice little toe hook. We haven't seen that before. That was a flash attempt for Dylan.
And I'm sure somebody can count better than I can, but I think that'll put him
Right
very
up
good
there.
standings.
Yep.
Yeah, for that gold.
In the top 3 at the very least.
Oh,
We can hedge
yeah.
our bets there.
Yeah, for sure.
Well done. Good job, Dylan.
And Liz, maybe just a bit of a tweaky wrist, maybe just a bit tired, who knows?
A
But
little bit frustrated with that. She thought she should have stuck that one at the top.
yeah.
A few deep breaths, settling herself down.
And Will just in the background making a tweak to that yellow boulder for the juniors.
Already underway.
Already underway. It's actually my job, so I get to avoid that.
You're like, I'm busy. Will, can
Yeah.
you sort it out for me? All right. You're doing a great job on the live stream, by the way.
I'll stop it.
We'll let you go whenever you need, but great to have you here.
Oh, I reckon we're here till the end now, aren't we? End of this round.
Yeah, absolutely. Only a few more to go, and we'll see if Liz can make her way back up to that high point. It was one little slip at the top there, and if she can put it back together, keep herself in the mix.
Yeah, I'm sure she can.
Should be a top for her. Now they are footholds, folks. What she's standing on, you get the magnifying glass out and try and see.
Oh,
they're quite tiny.
They are tiny. Yeah. You look down at them and you just.
You're like,
it's almost better not to look.
What do you
sometimes.
mean I'm meant to be standing on that? You're kidding me?
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, very flexible.
Yeah, nice high foot. Now, it's got to get herself in position here with this
There
one.
you go.
Yeah, there's the top.
And
That's
a
what she
top.
wanted to do. Yeah.
I'm pretty happy. I think so. She should be. And so now just a bit of a wait. What have we got? 1:40 until our competitors start.
Bit of a changeover. We might have a look at one or two of the little videos in the break. Back in a moment, folks. back. I think we must be getting close to our final climbers up there.
Yeah, I think should be Lucy on the slab, I believe. And I'll put Will on the black. We'll cut up there. Just had a look at if you stuck around for the ad break, just some of the highlights there from the qualification round. So some of the faces you've seen tonight, and then also competitors who just missed out.
Our last two in the youth male, youth A female, William and Lucy.
William and Lucy. So
yep.
Lucy just getting pulled off for a false start, but again, there we go, all sorted.
Yeah, it can happen in it, like in a blink of an eye, like you're just quick, you want to get on with it.
Yeah, and especially that one's, it's a bit of a tricky taping. So there's 3 points on that first volume, and so remembering to tap the foot. You know, when you're in a rush, it's Boulder 4.
Yep.
You're a bit flustered, yeah. So
just want to get the competition done now. It's it's time to finish it off.
But the judge right in there to pull her up, and they have one of the longest weekends of everyone, the judges. So
well, big shout out to those guys and girls, ladies and gents, judges and the volunteers.
Yeah. Big
shout out to those guys. Also the parents too. They put in a bit of effort. Lucy.
Oh yeah.
Making that look pretty easy
there
actually. Once she got once she restarted.
That's it. Straight through it.
Cruised up that one, and let's see.
And Will just a little bit
frustrated. Well, I was talking about this before. Like you can stand at the bottom of a boulder and like, how the can I get just started on this thing? I'm just, you know.
Yeah. And there's no worse feeling than you've tried as hard as you can and you've gone half a meter off the ground. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure everyone, all our climbers at home will relate to that. But Will just needs to keep it together, I reckon. There's no reason you can't do this.
Sometimes you maybe get stuck in a way, you know, a beta or, oh, that move feels all right. And if I just try a bit harder.
Yeah.
And if I just kind of, and it could be fool's gold in that direction and just not really get you there. So. And
you start counting like attempts. How many did Dylan, you know, have on this? How many did so-and-so do on this?
Yeah.
You know, you're trying to guess in your head, which isn't the way to do it, but it's hard to get out of. So changing that method when you feel like you're on the right track is not easy.
Sometimes a bit of risky business, but that's what it's all about. And
that's the way we haven't seen.
Again.
There we go.
Wow, okay, there you go. Just sort of clamping between those two holds. And
Will is our last climber out. So after this, we'll have a bit of a break and then into the juniors.
We haven't seen anyone drop it from here, but that's not to say it's not doable, but the toe or the heel method up high looks pretty solid.
There we go.
There you go. Well done.
Good on him. He's happy. The judge is happy.
Will has made a top. Well, there you go, folks. We've had it. We had the Youth A male and the Youth A female. Plenty of good bouldering to be had and to be seen. Stick around. We will leave the live stream going, and we will be back in probably 5 to 10 minutes, maybe a bit longer, 10 to 15 minutes, the junior male and the junior female. So good progress tonight. Fantastic to see all of you guys online. Hang around. Yep, great climb, Will, indeed. Go, Jonathan. And Mark, giving him a shout out. And a bit of a shout out to Lucy as well. Go, Fiona. All right, folks. Well, that's it from me and Alistair. We will leave you guys to a little bit of background music and maybe a few videos for the next 10 to 15 minutes. But hang around. We have the best of today yet to come, which is the the junior male, junior female.
That's it.
All right, folks. See you in 5 or 10 minutes. That's it from us. Over to the AV team. right, here we go, folks. Our final competitors for tonight here at the Boulder Finals, the Australian Championships, Boulder Finals. Got our first two competitors out. Looks like it's Joshua Manel and Ella Easton ready to go, our junior competitors. And I believe that is up to the age of 17. And good to see these guys representing for New South Wales. The route setters have made a few tweaks. If you've been watching, many of you are still on the live stream, so welcome and thanks, or welcome back, whatever it is. Thanks for hanging around with us, supporting the live stream. Give us a shout out if you've got someone you're supporting in this one. The youth, not the youth, but the junior. And looks like Joshua making very quick business of the first Boulder problem. The route setters said they've made some tweaks along the way as the competitors get a bit stronger, a bit older, a bit more capable when it comes to the Boulder problems. They've tweaked them. It was great to have Alistair, one of the route setters, with me on the previous live stream, or the previous set of competitors and competition. But we've got Ella Easton here from New South Wales, trying to make her way as fast as she can on the first Boulder problem, but not necessarily working it as fast as she wants. Jason Witten's my name. Coming to you live from the Australian Youth Nationals. This is the Boulder part of the weekend, and we've got some more Boulder tomorrow. Today we had the youth competitors in the C and D compete in the lead, and we had the A, B and junior compete in the Boulder, and tomorrow they will switch around. We will have B, A and junior on the lead, and C and D in the Boulder. And on Sunday, folks, we are going to be live streaming the speed. So we've got the 3 disciplines going on, which is awesome to see for the competition. Fantastic weekend of action and activity for the Australian bouldering, lead climbing and speed climbing competitions here at the Australian Championships. Here with Ella Easton, trying to make sense out of these early moves, these first moves in her start to her competition. Not finding the flow on that first part. Maybe getting a bit frustrated there. Sometimes it's a bit psychological when it comes to these competitions. Want to make sure you keep your mind focused and not get too annoyed about not making progress. Still plenty of time to make a top. For those who are joining us maybe just recently, or you haven't heard yet about the rules of a boulder competition, well, you've got to start at the bottom, go to the top. That makes sense, right? However, you've got to do it in a certain way. You can see these 4 pieces of green tape. You've got to touch 2 feet, 2 hands, make a start, and then progress upwards from there. Got some fancy live stats coming in on the live stream. Had a fair few live viewings today, which has been fantastic. Great to have all of you guys joining us as always. And a big shout out to AJ Goldsmith, all the way from Queensland. Got some supporters down there, or up there actually, wherever we are right now. And we'll see Ella's trying to progress from here. She's made it to this move now, and see if she can get this dyno part sorted. Not to be, not to be. And she's calling that done and dusted for her first boulder problem. Probably would have preferred to make a little bit better progress on that, but you've got to shake it off and get yourself ready for the next one. Up next we have Ashley Brooks and AJ Goldsmith. AJ, there's been some supporters online for you, so here's where it all counts. First cab off the rank, or second cab off the rank in the competition. First one for the Queenslanders here, the dual Queenslanders. AJ Goldsmith from Queensland, Ashley Brooks from Queensland, as they kick off their finals here at the junior male and female boulder section today. Crazy flexibility there with that sort of stuff, but you know, hip and shoulder flexibility required for boulder problems. And that's interesting actually to see if see AJ use that blue volume over there. It wasn't taped off, so you see the piece of blue tape there, not blue but black tape in the center of the wall. That means that you can't go that way, you can't go left or right depending on which boulder problem you are on. However, down low that wasn't the case, and AJ smartly using that blue volume there to see if he can make a bit of progress. See if he gets this dialed. Ashley has the bottom part of the boulder problem sorted. It's mostly a two-handed dynamic move, and Ashley's trying to make this work when it comes to doing it statically. Fair way to go here. And right now she's probably thinking, all right, well, what do I do? Maybe change my beater, change the way I'm doing things here. AJ the same. Pulling into those mid-section holds there. He's made the zone, so that's good. Made the zone first attempt, so that's always great to get that sort of progress and scoring under your belt. But we'll see if these guys can make it past their top sections as they want to. Go the Queenslanders. Let's see what Ashley's got this time around. Now maybe she's just lining up right now for the jump, which is she's like, I don't know if I got that in me, but you can do it. We believe in you, Ashley. Keep going. All right, AJ's turn. He's already made the zone, so that's great. Let's see if he can make more progress from there. Shaking out. Still plenty of time. 2 minutes is still quite a long time in a boulder problem. You can make it to the top fairly quickly. And these two competitors, I'm sure, would like to make a little bit better progress, but they're doing fine. They're doing fine. We'll see how we go when it comes to their next couple of boulder problems. But here we go. Oh, that was close. Probably need to make just that little bit more bounce in the jump. But it's been a long day for these competitors, folks. We're now almost 9 p.m. and they've got a good 40 minutes ahead of themselves when it comes to this competition. We'll see. We shall see. Ah, nice. Good work, AJ. Making progress now. And you can just see just one little tweak of a heel. Oh, come on, AJ. Come on. Come on. Strong. And he's made it. Nice. There we go. You can see just one little tweak there with his footwork at the bottom, a heel instead of a toe. Made all the difference for AJ. That's great. Nice to have a top. I'm sure he'll be absolutely happy with that. And Ashley trying to do it statically. and that didn't look like a bad idea. Maybe if she worked her feet up a little bit more, but she's looking a bit tired now. Only 12 seconds to go, so she's going to sit that one out and let, hopefully let some energy get back into the arms and the body, and see if she can recover for the next Boulder problem. Out next on the floor, we've got Claire Cheffings from Victoria and Marlowe, I think it is. Got my glasses on so I can see that a bit better. Marlowe, Gilly Edux, and that was Joshua giving number 2 a bit of a whirl. Marlowe, another Queenslander. In the roof here we have Ella Easton. Now this one's been a bit tricky for a few of our competitors also. Once you get through the cutting the feet loose. Oh, over there we've got Claire made that leap through. Good to see. And it's not over yet, but we usually haven't seen anyone drop it from here. But make sure you get the opposition going, and she's awarded with a top thumbs up there from the judges. Nice job, Claire. Marlowe giving those holds a brush, seeing what he can do with that one. Joshua having a look at the yellow block. That one was tweaked for the Youth A. I think it looks like it might have been left for the, or maybe not, maybe it's tweaked a little bit further. Marlowe up here now, where he needs to be, where he wants to be. There's a bit of a height and a shift, and there's a top there for him. Well done. Well done, Marlowe. Happy with that. Still a bit of time to go, so, you know, using his time wisely, tops as fast as possible. For those at home, if you don't know what the scoring system is for a boulder competition, as you make your way up the boulder from bottom to top along the way, you will see a piece of tape, and usually a round or a square saying zone. Zone is where you get your first set of points. And that was pretty impressive there. Pretty impressive hop from Ella. Foot first as you go. But you can see in the middle of the wall there, folks, a red piece of tape. Small round circle, green, donating the zone. If you get to the zone, you get awarded a point. A number of attempts to that zone always also get recorded. And then you move to the top like that. That's what it's called, the top. Piece of green tape at the top. Once you're on that one, 2 hands in a controlled manner on the top. Judge gives you the thumbs up, and you have got yourself a top. Tops are the most valuable. Zones are the next. And then the number of attempts to the top, and then the number of attempts to the zone. That's how it works. Countbacks, countdowns for the scoring. And if you're in a tie, well, it goes back to qualifiers, who finished first in qualifiers. So a little bit complicated by the sounds of things, but, oh, and here we go. Got the foot stab out there. So Joshua making reasonable progress on this one. Up to the zone. Now making, at least getting a zone on his scorecard. And again, and Claire favouring that foot first move. Joshua, oh! And we haven't seen a top on the yellow. I actually think we saw a top. No, we didn't see a top in the last round. So there you go. Bit frustrated, he thinks, all right, well, he's got 30 seconds to give it a whirl. See if he can get this going. But he's toast. Toast for the moment. He needs to have a rest, and that was a smart move. He's probably the first one so far in the round to get a zone. And all right, we've got our next round of climbers. Boulder is out on the mat. It's a 5 minutes on, 5 minutes off version of the world, folks. They boulder for 5 minutes and then they sit down for 5 minutes. We now have Mia Weeder. Mia Weeder all the way from New South Wales, a local. And we have Aiden Yanev. Aiden Yanev, all the way from Western Australia. Welcome, Aiden. Making quick work of boulder number 1, or male number 1. Let's see how he goes. One more move at the top. Turns around, faces the crowd or the judge. Little nod. Pretty happy with that. We've got now who we've got out on the mat. We've got AJ Goldsmith trying number 2. And Mia. Saw Mia down in Flow just recently, down at the Queensland Bouldering, Sports Climbing Queensland's Bouldering Championships. Good to see her here as well, being a local. She travelled down. Let's see what you got, AJ. AJ got a top on the last one and looking like he wants to get a top on this one, as you might. All right, well, looks like Mia's making some progress here, which is fantastic. Should be happy with that. And sometimes it just takes a moment for, you know, a move to click, and away you go as we make this work. AJ Goldsmith and Ashley Brooks, the Queensland team, part of the Queensland team. AJ putting his body on the line, making it quite a dramatic manoeuvre there, but Ashley fighting away on that hold, and it's a bit of a heartbreaker, that one on the lip there. A little bit more needed to make that work, and you can see the look on her face right now. She's like, oh, I don't know if I've got it in me. It's a big day for these boulderers, these climbers, but that's what the competitions are all about. And AJ giving that hold a good brush just to make sure he can make it work. Every little bit of extra friction and not being too slippery always counts. So let's see if these two can make something happen. And he's putting it in. He's not holding back at all. He's got 1 or 2 good attempts, I reckon, in the tank if he can get this first manoeuvre down, this first move down pat. Ashley moving through. She got herself through this section fairly well last time. Just a little bit more gas needed in the tank for these next few moves, and AJ putting his body on the line, fallen. Now, if you're at home and thinking, oh, he's hurting himself, no, they're big jump, they're big high jump mats. Unless you land really weirdly and awkwardly, it's usually fairly easy when it comes to the landings on those mats, folks. It's pretty soft at home. You can sort of twist or turn, but most of these competitors are quite familiar with body awareness and landing in certain ways, but you know, there is a small element of danger in there, but most of them are fit and experienced in that sort of process. So we've got our next climbers out on the mat, rolling on through. So I think that that is Theodora and Hugo. Theodora and Hugo from New South Wales. Hugo Hornshaw and Theodora Kasimudu from South Australia. Starting their competition. There's Hugo, seeing what he can do on boulder number 1. Most of the competitors have gotten a top on this, one way, shape or form. So you would expect as they come out in reverse order, this, you know, the 6th climber out is the one who finished first in the qualifiers. We would expect these guys to make reasonably easy work of these, and just like that, Hugo has. Now Theodora, now just to get this a little bit of a risky move, but nice. And nailed that first go. I think that was her first flash attempt. Both Hugo and Theodora. Let's see how we go here, but one more move to go. A little bit of foot up, and I think should be okay. Well done. Got some fans in the crowd. Go, Theodora. And here you go. This was textbook. Squatting down low. Nice manoeuvre. And latched on with those fingers, and boom. First swing back. Accurate at the feet. Perfect. Joshua seeing what he can do on this male number 3. And these last couple of boulder problems for the male, certainly a little bit technical, a bit more on the feet, a bit more balance, less to do with strength and power, and a bit more to do with hip and agility and a little bit of footwork. But at this point in time, Joshua not working it out. He's still got a couple of minutes on the mat though. I think he's the only climber out there on the mat. Feeling like he needs to get it done. Oh no, we've got someone else over there. Who else we got out here? Let's see. Staying a bit lower this time, which makes things a little bit easier. Rocking over on those feet, and we heard from Alistair, one of the route setters, and that's what you do. You sort of rock over and keep your hips as close to the wall as possible. Stand out on those triangles and fall with your left hand into that zone hold. You can see that right there. And we've got Claire Cheffings from Victoria. Female number 2. Not quite getting to the lip. That's where the party gets started. Making a not so graceful dismount. And got Ella now making some progress on the white, making the zone there, which is good. Ella would be happy with that. A zone is always great on the progress, great on the scorecard. And not to be. Claire there trying to make it past her high point on that one. They're giving it a bit of a whirl, but not to be either. But Marlowe not sticking that that hard coordination move on the yellow. Bit of a cut loose and stab your foot out on the left. Time's up for those boulderers, those climbers. Rotate now through. We've got AJ back on the mat again, and we've got our final couple of competitors out for their last 4 boulder problems of their night. And that's Maxim, Pear and Kate Mendel. From Western Australia, Maxim is, and Kate is from Queensland. Let's see what they've got on these first couple of boulder problems. These two finished in first place in the qualifiers, so now they come out last. Usually that's the way the competitions are. Usually they hope it's a bit of progression on the boulder problems. You know, some of the stronger climbers coming out last, so the entertainment factor too in the competition is there. It certainly looks like the case with Maxim. Makes nice easy work of that. The team are having a little bit of fun with the live stream. That's kind of cool. But let's see if Kate can make this work. Looks like she's trying to do something a little bit more static there. But I think for all of the tries I've seen in the static space, I haven't seen any of the female competitors static that move yet, which means do it without jumping for it, folks. And wow, there's a bit of strength for you. All right. Oh, Kate slipping off now. She could be getting tired, and that's a real concern at the end of the night. That's a long day on the wall, and saw Ashley there. I think that was Ashley. But now we've got AJ trying to get this one done, and it's not a gimme, that's for sure. It's a pretty difficult boulder problem. Kate maybe getting a little bit frustrated there. But this is the part of the competition, the night, where these guys have got to dig deep if they want to be on the podium for the competition. This boulder finals, it's the junior boulder finals. And you saw Aiden there just giving that yellow a try. He's like, what is going on with that move? A bit of a smile to the crowd, which is awesome. And Kate getting a bit frustrated there. Maybe overthinking it a little. Sometimes you just got to give it a whirl. You've got to jump for those holds. Sometimes it's finesse. But hopefully she can shake it off and make the most of that one. AJ giving his shoes a brush as well as the holds a brush. Yeah, you can see there's a lot of dust floating around out there. A lot of chalk, a lot of dust. Can make those holds quite slippery when it comes to your feet, especially your feet and your hands, fingers. Sometimes it's a difference between millimeters of friction when it comes to the hold, especially your feet. They can slip off, and you can see that very quickly there. Where Kate, a little bit of a slip on her feet a few times in a row now. She'd probably be well placed if she went and gave that foothold a brush. All right, here we go. Aiden trying to make the most of his attempt on number 3. Oh, and there you go. He's got time to finish it. If he flies, he might just do this, folks. And wouldn't this be an excellent buzzer beater? And here we go. Yes. Well, from looking like it was actually not a chance to making a top, and that's the difference in competitions. You can get really the burst of adrenaline, get the move dialed in your body, and then all of a sudden it happens. And it doesn't take long. That was 10 seconds, 15 seconds to the top, and he'll be happy with that because not many of the competitors have done that one yet. Ah, there you go. You can see a slight change in his move. His feet went first before his hands, and that made all the difference. So now we've got down here Ella, and we've just had a top there from Joshua. Well done, Joshua. He'll be happy with that. Ella top as well on their final boulder problems, and they're done. They're done. Bit of a sly smile there. He's like, yep, I'm happy about that. But we've got Marlowe trying to make some progress on this slab. This one's been tricky for a lot of people. And I think that's Theodora in the roof there. Yes, it is. Theo, by the sounds of it, to people who know her. So Theo, looking good, actually. Looking good. We haven't seen many tops on this one from the female, so it would be great to see a top in the right position. Just got to get that shoulder press going. Just got to pull up a little bit and just change into that right hand into a press. A little bit trickier than you'd think. Come on, Theo. You can do it. Running a little bit out of steam now, but yeah. She knows what to do, so she's got plenty of time. 2.5 minutes, or more than 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes 45 seconds. Plenty of time in there. She knows where she's at, and you know, she has a good rest. It might work for her. Marlowe, again, those feet, folks, slippery, and you can sort of see. If you don't really get those feet planted down and drilled into the hold, or something happens, then you can slip off in an instant. So you know things can be pretty slippery pretty quickly. That is for sure. But he's got 2 more minutes. No need to rush it, but no need to. You don't want to hang around too long either. So it's about managing what you need to do here. Hugo making that move across that yellow boulder problem. That one was a bit of a stopper, and he's doing that very well. Strong, and if you can make this last one stick, yes, happy with that. And had some left in the tank also. So that's fantastic from Hugo, making that work. All right, we've got Claire on boulder number 3 for the women, females. I don't know if she's made the zone yet. Maybe not. Theo there. Hopefully she probably did rest. Nah, she's toast. Calling her quits. She made it to the zone though, so that will count for her competition. And here we go. We're back with Claire making to the zone there as well, so that's great. The zone absolutely matters when it comes to the competition. The number of attempts matter, but not as much as the number of zones you have and the number of tops. Tops are the best, obviously. The lower the amount of attempts to the top, the better your score. And if you can do it on the first go, that's called the flash attempt. That's the golden goose, the golden nugget, the creme de la creme. I think it's a bit late. I'm running out of sayings. And you add those scores up. The lowest, kind of like golf, the lowest scores are the winners. But not to be, not to be. For Marlowe, a bit frustrated there. And now we've got the next round of competitors. There's Mia. We've got Aiden. And it looks like it's Kate down there, I think. Let's see what these guys have got. Mia pulled out a couple of good tops in the previous two, or previous one I saw before. I didn't see it on. Oh, the judge just calling Kate down to say, hey, listen, you've got to start with, you know, feet here and hands there, and you've got to make it work. So there she goes. A little bit tricky, but that's the same for all the competitors, and looks like this type of climb might be a little bit more her style, up her alley. We shall see. And a few of the competitors going feet first in this one, making that work as part of their... No, changing your mind. And you can do that on the way through. Let's see how she makes that move out to that larger moon-shaped hold out there. A little bit further away than you'd want it to be, but right now, that's where she finds herself and makes it out there. I wouldn't call it easy, but she is at least in control right now and shaking out, getting a little bit of a rest there, maybe. That hold's fairly good, but now is that big move. You've got to make it from pulling down to changing and pushing up. And let's see if Kate can make this work. Come on, Kate. Feet high, rocking over. She's done a lot of climbing already. Very physical, this Boulder problem. Aha. Not to be right now. And you can see a little bit of frustration there for her, which is understandable. Finishing in the first position in qualifiers. Maybe a little bit of frustration keeping in. This where you've got to get your psychology down pat when it comes to what you're up to and your Boulder problem. But right now, she's still got 2 minutes to shake it off and get it back together. And that's Ashley Brooks there. Making pretty good progress on the last Boulder problem of the night for the women, or the females. Yes, there you go. Well, Max. Oh. Well, Kate now having another go at that Boulder problem. And looks like she's pretty toast here. Bit of a pump there, touching the arm. Let's see what Max can do. He's got 58 seconds. He'll give himself another 1 or 2 attempts at this, you would think. Mia's still there on the white, still hasn't made that top yet. Max making that move look fairly straightforward. Oh. I think he might give that another one of a whirl. Bit of a pounce on that top hold. He made that foot plant move fairly fairly well. And we're back here now. It looks like we didn't get a top with Ashley there before. And we've got AJ there, I think, in the... What was that, Marlowe? No. Oh, yes. Ashley got a top. Yes. That was AJ. AJ not making the progress he was hoping on that boulder problem. Boulder problem number 4. His competition is done, and Aiden, or Marlowe, is now stepping into boulder 4. We've now got Theo on women's number 3, or female number 3. You can see to the left, looks like we're done and dusted for the competitors to the left. So slowly but surely, making our way from left to right on the boulder wall. This is the competition wall. The Australian Youth Nationals Boulder Finals. Folks, we've already had the A, the B, and this is the junior. Been a long few hours. The stream's been going 4.5 hours. There you go. Getting a bit tired myself, but we're on the home stretch, folks. Great to have a lot of you guys on with us. Fantastic to see so many people joining the live stream. Really appreciate you guys getting involved, and if you're sitting at home, make sure you subscribe, press the like buttons, those sorts of things, because tomorrow we've got some more live stream action coming to you. These competitors which did the boulder today will be doing the lead tomorrow. Youth A, B and Junior will be in lead finals tomorrow, or lead qualifications and finals tomorrow, and we will have the C and D competitors. They will be having the boulder competition tomorrow. So we're going to switch it around. It'll be some great action. Again, I am sure it'll be fantastic to see these competitors. And on Sunday, we will be streaming the speed climbing wall and changing gears. Great to see the 3 disciplines getting some showtime in the competition circuit. In the Olympics, those 3 competitions were combined to come up with 1 gold. But what I'm told now, those 3 disciplines will be split when it comes to the competition in the Olympics, and each of them, boulder, speed and lead, will have a gold medal, or multiple medals, available to the competitors, as well as the combined conversations as well. So I think that's fantastic. It's great for the sport, great for the young competitors. And we got go Marlowe, the splits. And we got a bit of a top there for Claire Cheffings. Well done, Claire. I think we can try and get rid of a bit of that background noise. The old scissor lift is going in the background. The route setters are busily setting up for some of the lead climbing action we're going to see tomorrow. So that's going to be, again, plenty of great viewing, which we will bring to you guys live from around about 2 o'clock tomorrow. We're only live streaming the finals here this weekend, so stay tuned for those. Just like you're seeing here, got some great competitors, great young athletes tuning their skills for the competition. But Marlowe, bit frustrated, not making as much progress as he would like, I am quite sure. Got that first couple of moves down pat, but really this foot transfer is not really working how we would like it to be. So we've seen a few competitors do that. It's a bit of a break debater. I was chatting to, well, maybe he gives himself a bit of a rest before he gives that a whirl. Maybe that'll work, but not to be. And that was Theodora there, I think, in the middle on the white. Not making that work right now either. So It's always a bit of a balancing act, this one, where you try and you're racing the clock, and you can see him puffing and maximum efforts right now just to move fast enough to make this work. Still got 10 seconds, could make it work. Oh no, barn door's out. Barn door's when you sort of turn, he's like, I'll have another go. Come on. All right. Again, we've got some of our competitors, Aiden here and Mia, on their last boulder problems of the night. I'm sure they would like to finish up with the top, I'm quite sure. And we've got Max over there. Seeing what he can do on male number 3. And Kate back out on number 1. Not number 1, sorry, number 3 also for her competition. Third boulder problem of the night. Mia making pretty good progress. Looks like this might be a flash attempt, or she's just got to get her foot up a little bit. Fighting for every inch on this boulder problem, Mia is. And seeing if she can get herself a little bit higher on that one. Bit of a pump going. So close to the top. Looks like over there on number 4, Max made pretty easy work of that. I think that was maybe a flash attempt or a second attempt on that that boulder problem. That'd bode well for his competition. We've got Aiden seeing what he can do on that tricky slab in the middle there. There was one or two, I don't even know if I saw a top on that one actually. But we've got Kate here. She's got 2 boulder problems to go. A couple of tops would certainly make a bit of a difference to her standings in the finals. But, and we've got a top here. Well done, Max. The Western Australians making short work of their competition boulder problems. Was that Max or Aiden? No, I think it was Aiden, wasn't it? I think I had it around the wrong way. Anyway, I need to put my glasses on when I go to look at these numbers. You can see the root setters in the back there, making a few tweaks or taking some of the boulder problems down already. While final competitors finish up their nights, the root setters, some of them are just about to start. A fair few more hours here at the root setting. Mia would love to finish this off. She got very close to a top on this on her first attempt. But I think, like many of the competitors, the long day might be catching up with her. But we'll see. Kate, just thinking through on the moves that she wants to make on number 3. Seeing what she can do of it this time. Not to be. A little bit of footwork, just not that neat for Mia. Costing a little bit with energy there. If you're always fighting on your shoulders and your hands, and your feet aren't really that accurate, it can be quite tough. There's some of the root setters making short work of what they've got to do. Well, hopefully short work of what they've got to do. They've got to finish off their night as well. And Mia just getting some clarification on starting the boulder problem. We've got Kate here. Really only maybe enough time to get a zone, but not to be. Mia, also, she's been close to the top on this boulder problem, but not enough time to make that happen either. Big day for her. You can see the exhaustion in the climbers' faces. Good effort. All right. Hugo. Let's see if he can finish this off in the way he wants to with a top. Got a couple of tops on this one. Let's see how we go. We've got Theodora, or Theo in the background there. She's on her final boulder problem of the night also. We've only got 2 to go now, which is Max and Kate on their final boulder problems as well. A few more minutes. We shall see what goes on. I think there'll be a few minutes before the presentations. We'll hang around for those, folks. If you guys are keen to see who wins what, there'll be some presentations. Hugo making reasonable progress there. I think he just skipped the zone. Just going to go straight to a top. Well, you know, you don't need a zone if you get yourself a top. It's not over till it's over, though. And there we go. All right. And 2 tops as well. So there you go. All right. Theodora and Hugo happy with that. That's the way to roll. Boom. Fist pumps all round. So the route setters chasing the climbers down, taking all the holds off the wall. While we wait a couple of minutes for the final climbers. Might take a look at one of the little videos that we've created throughout the day for some highlights. Back in a moment, folks. All right, looks like someone has needs a Fanta. Welcome back to the Boulder Finals, folks. We're waiting for our last 2 competitors to jump on the wall. 1 minute and 35 seconds before their rotation flows on through. The previous climbers had both made tops. That was Hugo and Theodora in pretty short time of it, to be honest. So they'd be pretty happy with that, with their competition. But Max and Kate up next. It comes down to these 2 boulder problems. A few of the crew. A few of the behind the scenes lads trying to entertain the crowd while we're waiting for the last 2. A film crew as well as climbers. All right, folks. Well, 17 seconds until our last two climbers come out and finish off tonight's live stream. There we go. All right, we are here for the last two Boulder problems and boulders of the night. Maxim Payne and Kate Mendel. Max from WA, Kate from Queensland. Let's see if these guys can get tops on these last two Boulder problems. Big shout out to everyone, all the volunteers here today. I know many of them showed up a lot earlier than I did. Many of them will be a bit later here also. Big shout out to the mums and dads who are supporting their kids as well. Wouldn't happen without you guys, that is for sure. And competitors, fantastic to have all of you in one place for the Australian Championships, Australian Nationals. Our last two climbers on the wall. Or is it one more rotation yet? No. It's just the last two. Kate making some progress, getting closer. Max also looking pretty comfortable here. Kate getting a top. And Max now making short work of that one. He'll look in and done. Well done. Max making a top there. Well, I think that's it, folks, from the climbing. A few fist pumps all round. We'll wait for the judges. So don't go away. They will be announcing the winners very soon. So hang around. We'll do a little bit of a podium. Very soon. I'll leave you with a bit of background music. Don't go away. Jason Witten with you here. Brought you live for the last 5 hours roundabouts. Youth B, Youth A, Junior, male and female lead and bouldering. Well, bouldering for those guys, lead for the others. Chat soon. Don't go away. The winners announced real soon. All right, folks. Well, a bit of news for you. That's it from us and the live stream tonight. Jason here. A little bit of a shout out to the crew behind the scenes doing the live stream. Marty, Kyle. There's the setup we've got. Well, listen, folks. We do have some news. They will be announcing the winners tomorrow. The volunteers have shut down. We'll see you guys tomorrow in the afternoon, so make sure you rejoin us for the streams tomorrow. Remember, we've got some more live streaming, Lead and Boulder tomorrow afternoon from about 2 onwards, and on Sunday we've got the speed climbing. So love to see you guys join us again on the live streams. Thank you for joining us. Remember, like, subscribe, do all those sorts of things, and you'll get the reminders. But until tomorrow, you guys have fun. Thanks for joining us again, and bye for now.